Welcome to While We Were Distracted, the podcast where we explore topics that often get overshadowed in the rush of daily life.
We also brought Andre Karpathy because he also had expertise in this field. So the four of us went to go work on Autopilot.
And just to be clear, what is Autopilot?
It is the self-driving system, so the AI system that Tesla was developing.
And what work did you and the others from OpenAI do at Tesla?
Well, we did an initial day where we went through all the projects. So the team prepared big presentations. I remember there was a moment where they showed on the screen this like very specific corner case of like a car in snow that had like some sort of weird, you couldn't see the lines on the road. And Ilya was like, can you get 10,000 of these images? And the team was like, yes. And by the way, the team was so sad. They were very demoralized. They clearly knew they were not succeeding. And Ilya was like, okay, if you can get 10,000 of these images and 10,000 of any images that I ask for, you will win. You will succeed, because it's all about the data. And if you can get the data, that's the thing that matters most. And you can see the energy in the room just totally shift as people started to see, wow, there's someone who has a vision who can actually bring us to success. And so after that, there were recurring meetings. Scott wrote some code for them, that there was a lot more guidance. And actually the thing that Elon had asked me to do was he said, tell me who to fire. Tell me who's good, who's bad. And I asked Chris Latner, who was running the team at the time, I said, Elon asked me to do this. Do you want me to do this? He said, no, I do not. So I did not do that.
Did not do what in particular?
I did not provide recommendations of who to fire.
I see. And how long did the work for Tesla go on for?
I would say this was over the course of several months, this set of people. I was more involved in that initial phase.
And you mentioned Mr. Karpathy. How did his career progress after the stint at Tesla?
Well, he ended up joining Tesla full-time.
And how did that come about?
Well, I learned about it through Elon. So we had a meeting. I think it was supposed to be Ilya, Sam, me, and Elon. And Elon requested just Ilya and myself to show up early. And we walked in and he had a guilty look on his face. And he said, I have an apology and a confession. He said, I made an offer to Andre to run Autopilot and he accepted. But he said, this is going to be a good thing for OpenAI because it means there will be more money. If Tesla is successful, Autopilot successful, then there's going to be all this money that then will be donated to OpenAI.
And after that, did Mr. Musk increase his donations to OpenAI?
No.
Did Mr. Karpathy's recruitment to Tesla benefit OpenAI in your view?
Certainly not.
You heard Mr. Musk testify that Andre Karpathy was already planning to leave OpenAI. Did Mr. Musk say anything about that during your meeting with him in 2017?
He did not. And I also heard the story directly from Andre, and he never mentioned that.
Sustained. That part is stricken as hearsay.
Earlier, you mentioned that Mr. Musk had asked for a list of employees. And I think you said the writing was on the wall. What did you mean by that?
Well, it felt that if we had people that did not have sufficiently impressive major contributions to OpenAI, that Elon would force us to fire them. And so we spent a long time really trying to think through what is the thing that this person contributed, to be deeply honest about it with ourselves. And there were some people who didn't have something by their name. And that Elon at the end of the meeting said, we're going to do this again in a quarter. And anyone who doesn't have, anyone who's here who doesn't have a contribution by their name either should be fired or should have a major contribution by their name by that time.
And what ultimately happened with that list?
Well, we spent a lot of time really trying to help the people who didn't have the contribution by their name. And it was very chaotic because we had this compressed time period that was not in our control. And so we probably had 5 to 10 people that we were really working with. There were a few that I think we got there, but for many, we just realized we're just not able to spend all the time that would be required. We don't know if we'd be able to get there. And we also had this company to run. And so we ended up doing a layoff.
About how many people were laid off?
I think it was about 5 to 10 people laid off in the end.
What impact, if any, did that have on morale?
Significantly negative.
And what about any impact on recruiting?
It was very tough. For many years, recruits would bring this up as a concern.
In retrospect, what's your assessment of the wisdom of those firings?
Look, I think that, like many things, there's a kernel of wisdom there, right? That I think that there was a kernel of wisdom of we did need to make sure that we were holding a high bar, that everyone was contributing because we're doing something very hard. But the way in which it was executed, to me, that felt wrong.
By the spring of 2017, what projects was OpenAI working on?
We had several projects. Major project was Dota, this competitive video game that we've talked about a few times. There was a language project. There was a broader games reinforcement learning project, and also robotics.
And focusing on Dota for a moment, what was OpenAI trying to do with Dota?
Well, the goal was to develop new reinforcement learning algorithms. So we wanted to advance the technology by putting it into a hard environment. And the hope was to be able to build AI that would be able to compete against the best humans.
And can you just tell us how Dota works? What's the game?
So Dota is a 5 versus 5 competitive game. So think of it a little bit like basketball, right? You have 5 humans playing against 5 humans. In our case, it would be 5 bots. But to get started, because that just felt so intractable, it's such a hard problem, we were going to do 1 versus 1, which is kind of a mini game that humans play sometimes. So we just have to control 1 AI versus 1 human.
And who was the team at OpenAI working on the Dota project?
Jakob Pachoki, Shimon Sador, Jakob Pachoki.
Remind the parties to make sure the court reporter has list of names and things like that, so we get the transcript right and it makes it easier on him.
Absolutely will do.
Shimon Sador, Raffel Josefowitz, Jay Tang, myself. There were probably about 4 or 5 others on the team at the time who joined. And also Ilya Sutskever provided a lot of good direction.
And who selected Dota as the project for OpenAI?
I did.
How did the Dota project advance OpenAI's mission?
Well, our goal was to develop, and still is, right, is to really advance artificial general intelligence, which means developing these general algorithms, these general techniques for making AI that is capable at different tasks. And so this was one way that we could actually advance that technology in a very clear way.
Did you learn anything about OpenAI's resource needs during the Dota project?
Yes.
What did you learn?
That we were going to need a lot of compute.
How so? Why?
Well, I remember the very first Dota bot that
Follow-up question.
in a very clear way.
Did you learn anything about OpenAI's resource needs during the Dota project?
Yes.
What did you learn?
That we were going to need a lot of compute.
How so? Why?
Well, I remember the very first Dota bot that Jakob and Shimon trained. So this was
How do you spell it?
Jakob, Jakub,
And last-
Pachocki, I believe.
Go ahead.
So very first bot they trained was on 16 CPU cores, and it was playing this very tiny mini game. And they kept putting, every week I come back to the office, it felt like they had 2 times the number of CPU cores, and the AI got 2 times better. And you just realize that there was really no limit. We kept increasing the scale, thinking at some point this is going to peter out, but it never did. It just kept getting better and better.
And during the time that you were building the Dota AI, did you have any specific ideas about how to get the compute that you learned you needed?
Yes.
And what ideas did you have?
Well, the thing that was happening in parallel was that Ilya and I were spending time thinking about how do we really achieve this mission? How do we build an AGI? How much compute will it take? And we did the math. We looked at different ideas for how we would train it. And we kind of concluded that it was going to take 15 years of Moore's law progress. So just standard how compute progresses of Moore's law, Moore's law progress. So that's just standard computers getting better over time. 15 years from now, maybe we'll train an AGI. We were kind of squinting at it. Maybe it was 10 years if you really were optimistic or you paid a little bit more. But then we came across Cerebras. And we've been looking at all of the hardware in the field to understand what were custom compute approaches that people had. And the computer that Cerebras said that they would have in 5 years, we were like, if we could get 10,000 of those together, that's the compute we thought we were going to need and could only get 15 years from now. So we felt there's a path 5 years from now with Cerebras hardware to actually build an AGI. And so
Just let me pause for a moment there. Mr. Molo asked you some questions yesterday about your investment in Cerebras. Do you remember those questions?
yes,
And you recall you looked at your disclosure in this litigation that showed that investment was in March 2017.
yes.
You recall Mr. Molo asked you if you could point to any communication in which you disclosed that investment to Mr. Musk. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
I'd like to show DX 1291, please. Your Honor, we provided this last night and asked if there was an objection.
So
Your Honor, the only piece we'd like to offer,
you're offering or you're showing?
we can show it, but we're offering these.
Would you be showing?
I'm sorry? We'd like to show it to the witness and ask him some questions, and then we'd like to offer it.
What page? Hold on. What page? What do you want to show? And don't show it on the screen.
If you go to page 840, the one ending in Bates number 841.
Okay.
And the text messages at
What time?
beginning I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's 842. And you see the text messages at 12:45 and 12:46 a.m.
So lay some foundation before you do anything.
I will, Your Honor. May I approach and provide to the witness?
No, lay some foundation.
Okay. But I think the witness needs to see the document to.
Not yet. You
Okay.
need to lay some foundation.
Mr. Brockman, who's Shivon Zilis?
She was a friend of mine that I'd met in 2012, 2013. who had since started working for Elon.
And as of July 12th, 2017, was she working for Mr. Musk?
Yes.
And what was Ms. Zilis's involvement in discussions about for-profit OpenAI during 2017?
Well, she was very involved. She was essentially Elon's liaison to OpenAI, and so she was kind of our proxy Elon in some ways.
And when you provided information to Ms. Zilis respecting Cerebras and OpenAI, did you expect she would share it with Mr. Musk?
Yes, unless it was something that was intended, like explicitly not for Elon, I would expect she would share it.
Your Honor, with that foundation, we'd like to provide us.
Wait, can you come sidebar, just the two of you? I'm checking my notes. I don't see it. It's in it.
That's consistent with our notes, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Brockman, do you recall whether you disclosed to anyone on Mr. Musk's team your investment in Cerebras?
Yes.
And approximately when did you disclose that?
I think it would have been certainly July 2017, potentially earlier as well.
And who did you disclose it to?
Shivon Zilis.
Did you have any reason to believe Ms. Zilis would keep that from Mr. Musk?
The opposite. The opposite.
I'd like to have you take a look at DX 622, please, which is in evidence. And do you recognize these as emails between you, Dr. Sutskever, Mr. Altman, and Mr. Musk from July 1st through 3rd of 2017?
Yes.
At the bottom of the second page, ending in 474, can you please read aloud the bolded portion of the last full paragraph of your email, starting with exclusive access?
Exclusive access to Cerebras hardware would give OpenAI an overwhelming hardware advantage over Google. By merging, we would create an entity which can build AGI in 5 years, while being several years ahead of others.
And what did you mean by merging here?
Well, the idea was we would create some sort of for-profit entity and merge or be acquired by or acquire Cerebras.
And what would be the mechanism for merging or acquiring with Cerebras if OpenAI was a nonprofit only?
Didn't seem like that would be possible.
Outside this email chain, did you discuss with Mr. Musk the prospect of an OpenAI for-profit to merge with Cerebras?
Many times.
And what was his reaction to the idea?
He was open to it.
In those conversations, did Mr. Musk object to OpenAI's creating or converting to a for-profit?
No.
I'd like to show now DX 626, which is in evidence. Do you recognize these as text messages between you and Ms. Zilis dated July 14th, 2017?
I do.
And can you read the message about halfway down the page ending in 518 that starts with Cerebras?
Cerebras. We talked about the reverse merger idea a bit. Independent of Cerebras turned into talking about structure. He said nonprofit was the right one early on, may not be the right one now. Ilya and I agree with this for a number of reasons. He said he's going to Sun Valley to ask Gates to donate.
Who's the he in this message?
Elon Musk.
And what did you and Mr. Musk discuss in the conversation you're describing to Ms. Zilis here? What did you discuss in the conversation that you're describing to Ms. Zilis here?
The idea of creating an OpenAI for-profit that would be then reverse merged into Cerebras. So I guess Cerebras acquiring it. But then the conversation turned into the OpenAI structure. And Elon said, nonprofit, that was a good start, but may not be the correct structure today.
And what reasons did Mr. Musk express to you for no longer thinking the nonprofit structure might be the right one?
It always came down to funding, right? It was so hard to get donors. He mentioned that, he told me at one point that he'd asked Gates 4 times to donate and Gates didn't even come to the office, right? It was just so much harder to get people to donate to this nonprofit that he had ever anticipated.
By Gates, who do you mean?
Bill Gates.
Who's that?
The founder of Microsoft.
Can we show DX 632, please, which is an evidence? You see this is an email chain from July 22nd, 2017, and focusing on Mr. Musk's email at the bottom. Do you recognize this as an email to you, Dr. Sutskever, and Mr. Teller on July 21st?
Yes.
And can you please read Mr. Musk's email at the bottom of the page aloud?
They will do whatever it takes to obtain what we develop. Maybe another reason to change course.
At the time of this, that this message was sent, were you still discussing the prospect of a merger with Cerebras?
Yes.
And did you open the article, the link to the article that's in this email chain?
Yes.
What was the article about?
It was about China's plan to become the leader in AI by 2030.
And what did you understand Mr. Musk to mean by another reason to change course?
To create a for-profit.
Could you please read aloud the 3 steps that you outline in response to Mr. Musk's email above?
Number 1, AI research nonprofit through the end of 2017. Number 2, in AI research and hardware profit starting 2018. Number 3, government project when question.
Why were you proposing a research and hardware for profit?
Well, the insight that we had is that we needed lots of compute. And so the idea was we should be doing not just the research, the software, writing papers, we should also be building big data centers. And so the idea was to have an entity that was able to pursue both of those, which would require a lot more funding.
Above this, Mr. Musk writes, "Let's talk Saturn Sun. I have a tentative game plan that I'd like to run by you." Did that conversation with Mr. Musk happen?
Yes.
And who participated in it?
I believe it was Elon, Ilya, Sam Altman, myself, and I expect that Sam Teller and Shivon Zilis would have been on the line as well.
And was there a tentative game plan discussed during that conversation?
Yes.
What was it?
Elon felt that, and he pushed us on this for quite some time, the most important thing for OpenAI was to have a big result. Like that was the thing that was important. Not open source, nothing like that. It was a big result that would put us on the map. Otherwise, we'd be totally written off. And he said, once we had a big result that put us on the map, then and only then could we create this for-profit.
And did the big result happen?
It did.
What happened?
So we've been training our Dota bot. We came up on the competition. It was actually a totally crazy story where the AI was like not really working that well. We had a tester who was kind of semi-professional, not pro. And we started to beat him, but he was also on vacation, so we didn't know how good it was. But then we went to the international and we just started going up the levels of the pro players one by one. And the AI was getting better. It was just managing to beat that player just barely, but it would beat them. And we actually then beat the best player in the world. And we did this on a live stream in front of everyone. And it was an exciting moment. Elon tweeted about how excited he was, like we had our result.
What was the setting for this, just to be clear?
So we went up to Seattle. There was a big stadium, 20,000 people watching our AI play.
I see. And who was present for that?
Myself, Ilya Sutskever, the Dota team, so including Jakob, Shimon, the Dota team, including Jakob, Shimon, J-Tang, Chris Hess, other people, and Shivon Zilis was there too.
Was Mr. Musk there?
No.
And can we just pull up DDX1 for one moment? Mr. Brockman, if you could indicate for us where on the timeline in front of you that Dota event is reflected.
That would be the third blue line, so the beginning of the for-profit negotiations.
Let's look at DX 642. Do you recognize this as emails between you and Mr. Musk and Mr. Altman, Dr. Sutskever, Ms. Zilis, and Mr. Teller from August 11th and 12th, 2017?
Yes.
And I'd like to focus on Mr. Musk's email at the bottom, which is dated August 11th. When is that in relation to the Dota win?
Same day.
And can you read the last line of Mr. Musk's email out loud?
Time to make the next step for OpenAI. This is the triggering event.
What did you understand Mr. Musk to mean by triggering event?
Time to create a for-profit.
Why did you link triggering event to for-profit?
Well, that is what we had discussed previously as the plan, right? That we needed to have a big result to put us on the map. And at that point, we could move forward with this for-profit that would let us actually raise more funding.
And what, just zooming back out, what is happening in the remainder of this email thread?
Well, we get invited to a party at his house. We're all in Seattle, so we're not able to make it. But then we're setting up a meeting for the next day at that same house.
Just looking at Mr. Musk's message at 10:15 p.m. on August 11th, could you read that out loud? The first paragraph.
Sounds good. Let's aim for 3 p.m. We can probably meet at the haunted mansion I just bought near SF. It's kind of crazy and weird, and we'll have party carnage, but it might make for a good backdrop.
And did that meeting in fact happen?
Yes,
Did it happen at the setting that Mr. Musk described?
it did.
And what do you recall about that meeting?
Well, first of all, it was clear that there had been a party there the night before. There was like confetti and cups and the whole thing all around. And we went in, were couches, we sat there. I remember it was Elon, Sam, Ilya, Shivon was there, I was there, and Amber Heard, who was Elon's girlfriend at the time. I remember Amber served some nice whiskey. Elon asked her to be part of the conversation. She didn't really want to. I think one of her friends was there she wanted to spend time with. But we had a conversation about the for-profit, and it was a very celebratory moment. It was like very good, collegial, like we're just so excited we accomplished something. And now we could see that we were going to be able to actually, like we had actual line of sight to achieving the mission.
And just pulling up DDX1 again, please, the timeline. Where is that meeting reflected on the timeline, Mr. Brockman?
I guess it would be somewhere between, or maybe we could say this is that he advocates for OpenAI for profit. That's kind of over a period of time, but I would say certainly starts there.
And I do want to come back to that meeting in just a moment. But first, the Dota win itself, was the technology that powered the Dota win, was that open sourced?
No.
What does open sourcing mean?
That means releasing the underlying source code to the world.
Was there any concern that the Dota technology you had in place at the time was dangerous?
No.
Why was the Dota AI not open sourced?
Partly for competitive reasons. Like we kind of thought about it where DeepMind was working on the exact same problem, right? They were working in a slightly different game, same problem. We knew they had no progress. And so if we were to open source exactly how we did this, they would say, thank you very much. And suddenly this advantage that we had managed to painstakingly scrape from almost nothing would evaporate, and that they would, it would just be accelerating them. So there was a competitive angle that was foremost in our mind.
Did Mr. Musk object to the decision not to open source Dota?
No.
While Mr. Musk was at OpenAI, do you recall ever discussing open sourcing with him?
Honestly, it was not a topic of conversation. I can't think of a single time that he asked us to open source something, that we discussed the need to open source something directly. I really don't recall.
I'd like to take a look at DX 532, which is in evidence. Do you recognize this as an email thread between you and Mr. Musk, Mr. Teller, Mr. Altman, and Dr. Sutskever from May 20th and 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And you see, you write, Google's policy people want to speak with you. What's your understanding of, or what was your understanding of why Google's policy people wanted to talk to you?
Well, I think that they wanted to talk about this open sourcing narrative, that they were worried that we were going to say all AI, powerful AI must be open source.
And could you read the last paragraph of your email aloud, starting with, I plan?
I plan to say that I can't see why we would do that. Our mission is to maximally benefit the world. And we don't have a problem with people keeping things proprietary. It's fine to make money off this stuff. And we may even generate revenue ourselves one day.
And just zooming out a moment, what was Mr. Musk's response to your email at the top?
Whoa, that's really interesting. Who called from Google?
When was the last time that OpenAI open sourced a model?
2-ish weeks ago.
Which model?
This was a privacy and redaction model.
Okay, so let's go back to the meeting at Mr. Musk's house following the Dota win. Was the topic of a for-profit change for OpenAI discussed further after that meeting?
Yes.
So let's pull up DDX1 again. And we see here this segment that says for-profit negotiations. You see that?
Yes.
Is there a particular period during this many-month period that stands out, especially in your mind?
I'd say that the first 5 to 6 weeks after the Dota win were extremely intense.
And then what discussions happened after that?
Then there was a lot of iteration amongst different ideas. There's still for-profits of different kinds on the table, being merged into Tesla on the table.
So let's focus first on the period of the 5 or 6 weeks. Who participated in those discussions during that period?
I was primarily Elon, Ilya, Sam Altman, myself, Sam Teller, and Shivon Zilis were, again, kind of proxies in the middle as well. Shivon Zilis and Sam Teller.
About how frequently in that 6-ish week period did you speak with Mr. Musk about a prospective for-profit?
Every week, sometimes many times a week.
And approximately how many of those meetings were in person during this period?
I'd say probably at least 5, maybe 7 of those, something like that.
Broadly speaking, what were you and your co-founders discussing as it related to a potential for-profit for OpenAI?
Well, there were discussion over the terms. So equity split primarily amongst the founders, but also sometimes including amongst the employees. Who was going to be CEO, control, and what the structure would be and what it would mean for the nonprofit.
And what were the negotiating configurations during this period?
Well, Ilya and I were really joined at the hip. Like we were kind of at the it was really on us, it felt, to negotiate. We were joined at the hip. It felt like it was on us to negotiate. Elon and Sam Altman, sometimes the two of us would talk directly with Elon or directly with Sam. Sometimes the 4 of us would talk. Sometimes Sam Altman and Elon would talk directly. And again, Shivon Zilis and Sam Teller were kind of they had much more time than Elon. And so we would talk to them a lot as a proxy or go-between, or sometimes to bounce around thoughts.
I'm going to ask that we pull up DDX2, please, Your Honor. There's no objection to this demonstrative. Mr. Brockman, were you involved in preparing this demonstrative?
Yes.
And what is it? What does it show?
This is a timeline of major conversations. It also includes moments where there were just conversations that maybe were not major milestones, but each one of those was a conversation between Elon, myself, and potentially including others.
And we'll talk in more detail about the events that are noted here. But looking at the calendar in front of you, can you just give us a brief overview of what each icon represents?
Well, and before you get started, we just let the jury know these demonstratives that we're talking about, they're not in evidence. They do not go back into the jury. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
August 11th, Dota win. August 12th, nice celebratory conversation. August 15th, first discussion of equity split. August 16th, Elon first saying he needs full control. 22nd, Elon coming back with a specific proposal that would give him 62.5%. 29th is when he said, nope, I'm going to withhold funding. September 12th is the moment that we said, hey, let's do a nonprofit with a parallel PBC/B Corp. And the 20th is when he said, nope, sorry, we're not, or we said no on control. And we said no on giving him full control. And he said that this part of the discussions were over.
Thank you. And did you record what was happening during these 6 weeks in your personal journal that Mr. Molo asked you about?
Well, I certainly wouldn't say record, but that there were some notes of conversations, because that's how I like to process information. There was a lot of thought process on trying to make this decision on what we wanted to do. So there was a lot of information relevant to this time period in there.
About how many pages of your journal roughly cover this 5 to 6 week period?
Probably about 100 pages.
And just pausing on the journal for a moment, what is the journal? What is this record, or the journal, I guess? What is it?
Well, it was something I started maintaining in 2010. Like, I think starting to think about like just what I wanted to study in school, those kinds of things. And it's something I used in my personal life, my professional life, really, as I was thinking through decisions or when particularly important things happened, whatever it was.
And during what period of time did you write about OpenAI in your journal?
From 2015 to sometime in 23.
What audience did you write your journal for?
Myself.
And generally, could you describe the style of writing that's in the journal?
I would say it's very chain of thought. It's kind of stream of consciousness. There's a lot of things that are self-contradictory. There are a lot of things where I'm trying to test out, do I believe this? Something someone else said that I kind of write down to see how it feels. So a lot of trying to just puzzle through different concepts.
How do you feel about your entries being from your personal journal and being part of this lawsuit?
Well, it's very painful, very deeply personal writings that were never meant for the world to see, but there's nothing in there I'm ashamed of.
Is all of the text in your journal your own writing?
No.
What else does it comprise of as it relates to OpenAI?
There are sometimes text messages, signal messages from other people. Sometimes there's, again, words that I wrote down that were, sort of utterances from other people. There's a lot in there.
Now, coming back to the negotiations over this 6 week period in August and September 2017, you mentioned four things that were discussed during that period, and I'd like to touch each of them, starting with corporate structure. At a high level, what corporate structures were considered?
Well, we considered converting the nonprofit into a for-profit, and so considered C Corps and B Corps, considered having a parallel nonprofit and for-profit, again, B Corp and C Corp.
Was there discussion at all of a small adjunct to the existing nonprofit?
No.
And just so the record is clear, what was the point of these discussions to build or create a for-profit?
Well, we knew we needed to raise capital. And again, there was a possibility that we would literally need this to merge with Cerebras. So that was one actual action. But fundamentally, we needed to raise not just we'd raised tens of millions at that point in the nonprofit. We need to raise not just hundreds of millions, but billions, and potentially we needed to raise billions at least. And this felt like the only way to do it.
And during the 6 weeks in 2017, what options were discussed for the future of the OpenAI nonprofit?
Well, there was a discussion of essentially winding it down. There was discussion of keeping it flat at the same level. There was discussion of leaving just, certain parts of what we were doing, but moving anything that was kind of, going to require compute out of it.
And were all those things discussed with Mr. Musk?
Yes.
What did the nonprofit own any IP at this time in the summer of 2017?
It did.
What IP did it own?
The software that we've been working on. So, for example, for the Dota project, for the robotics project, some underlying infrastructure that we used to sort of support this research.
And were there discussions with Mr. Musk in 2017 about what would happen to the IP if OpenAI created a parallel for-profit?
Yes.
What were those discussions?
That we would transfer over any of the pieces that we actually needed.
To the for-profit?
Yes.
Was consideration given to StrikePad? How did you think about the value of OpenAI's IP at the time prior to 2019?
Well, frankly, because it was all research, it didn't feel that valuable. It didn't feel that important for the next step. Because the hardest part in research is figuring out what to even do. And so the implementations we had, we actually thought of as kind of throwaway. We could start from scratch. It's always nice to start from a working code base. So it's always helpful to have continuity, but it didn't feel deeply fundamental. There were no products that we were releasing. There was nothing like that. It was sort of these ideas that we had working instantiations of.
And what relationship, if any, does the IP that OpenAI had in 2017 or 2018 or 2019 have to OpenAI's current IP?
I would say it's extremely different. It's actually interesting. If you look, there's certainly some of the underlying infrastructure that's still there. Typically, this is stuff that we wish we had cleaned up and just rewritten and changed. So sometimes it gets cemented at the core, but fundamentally everything has changed, right? That you look at the degree to which what we're building, every single time we build a new model, that you're constantly innovating and changing, that is significant.
And what, in 2017, what, if any, discussions did you have with Mr. Musk about where employees would go if you formed a for-profit?
That people would move over,
Objection, lack of information.
Oh,
I'm sorry, you can answer.
Oh, I said that people would move over.
And at this point in the summer of 2017, what was the general compensation structure for the OpenAI nonprofit employees?
I think at this point we had run out of the Y Combinator stock that had been contemplated for compensation, and therefore it was just cash compensation.
So what, if any, benefits would the employees get by moving to the for-profit from the nonprofit?
That they would get equity compensation.
And how, if at all, would OpenAI's mission be served by having employees paid in part with equity in the for-profit?
I think we'd be able to attract the best talent and retain them and motivate them to actually pursue the mission.
What sort of risks does an employee take on in having part of their compensation be in equity instead of cash?
Well, significant. That means that their compensation is tied to the fate of the business, right? Does this actually succeed in terms of, being something sustainable?
And back to 2017. Okay, so you mentioned there was this discussion of a C Corp and a B Corp. And can you remind us what a B Corp is?
I would say we used it interchangeably with Public Benefit Corp. That is a company that has a mission that it is required to balance in decisions.
And who first brought up the idea of a B Corp during these discussions in 2017?
Sam Altman.
I'd like to pull up PX 154, which is an evidence. Mr. Brockman, do you recall Mr. Molo showing you this journal entry from September 12th, 2017?
Yes.
About how far into the 6 weeks of intense negotiations was this written?
This is kind of the back quarter.
And just looking at the paragraph at the bottom of the page ending in 369 that begins Elon coming weeks. You see that?
I do.
And do you recall Mr. Molo highlighted and read to you parts of this paragraph?
Yes.
Could you please read the whole thing?
Elon, coming weeks, top priority. Got to figure out, how do we transition from nonprofit to something which is essentially philanthropic endeavor and is B Corp or C Corp or something? Must tell the story and not lose moral high ground. Absolutely vital.
And I think you testified with Mr. Molo that these were Mr. Musk's words that you're recording. Is that right?
Yes.
When Mr. Musk made reference to something which is essentially philanthropic endeavor and is B Corp or C Corp or something, what did you understand him to mean?
A parallel nonprofit and for-profit.
And did you hear Musk to be saying that the B Corp or C Corp would be essentially philanthropic? Did you understand Mr. Musk to be saying that the B Corp or C Corp would be essentially philanthropic?
No.
Did you hear him to be saying that the resulting overall organization would be essentially philanthropic?
No.
Another term you mentioned was negotiated during the period of this 6 weeks in the summer of 2017 was equity. First, what do you mean by equity in the context of these conversations?
That would be ownership interest in this new for-profit.
And what was the first equity proposal that was made?
It was for there to be an equal split amongst the four of us.
Who made that proposal?
Sam Altman.
When in the course of the negotiations was that?
That was the Tuesday after meeting at the Haunted Mansion. So that would be the 15th or something like that.
Let's pull up, if we could, DDX2, please. And let's look at the August frame only. Could you just indicate, Mr. Brockman, where you see that?
That would be the August 15th square. So kind of the, first thing on the left.
And the icon on the left, what does that represent?
That was the original Sam Altman proposal.
And what was your reaction to Mr. Altman's proposal?
Well, Sam said equal split. I actually looked over to Elon, and Elon, I thought he agreed. I thought he said yes. And so I said, okay, sounds fair to me. And I thought that this was a great way to just take this off the table, and we could just focus on solving for the rest of the structure together.
Had you discussed the proposal, the equal split proposal, with Mr. Altman before this meeting?
No.
And what was Mr. Musk's reaction to the proposal?
Well, again, I thought he agreed to it, and we actually moved on and talked about other stuff. But then he said, but I get more, right? And if anyone disagrees with that, we should talk about it.
And did you respond?
I did.
What'd you say?
I said I would like to talk about it.
And did you say anything further?
Well, he went on to say that he deserved more because he had started the most multi-billion-dollar companies in history, that he had zero failures. He also talked a little bit about, he said that startups are about inspiration, perspiration, and money. And he said that the four of us were equal on inspiration, that on perspiration, obviously Ilya and I were the ones who had the most of that so far, and on money, that he had put in the most money, and that's why he was going to deserve more.
And this is the most money to date? Was that your understanding?
That was my understanding.
In nonprofit contributions?
That was my understanding.
What did you think of Mr. Musk's explanation for why he should get more at that time?
Well, it didn't really resonate because we weren't talking about what had happened in the nonprofit. We were talking about how we were going to set up this new for-profit.
Did Mr. Musk end up making any counter proposals on equity allocation?
Well, he did. And, the thing that he said at the end of that meeting was that he said, look, you guys are great, but I could start another AI company tomorrow. Like one tweet, that's all it takes. I'll get the best AI talent in the world to come work for me, no problem. And so if you're not going to do it with me, I will go do it myself. And so he came back saying that he was going to need majority equity.
Looking at DDX2 again in front of you, you see there's an icon on August 22nd, 2017. And how does that relate to the equity discussions?
So this was a specific proposal from Elon where he would end up with 62.5%. He would achieve it by not getting a founder grant, but would invest $100 million. So basically invest at terms that he controlled for the 62.5%. I believe for this one that Ilya, Greg, and Sam would all get founder shares to the extent of 6.25%. That is a grant of shares that we did not have to pay for. And Sam Altman would be permitted to invest 1/10 of the amount that Elon did to get an additional, 6.25%.
Did you discuss with Mr. Musk the prospect of him getting founder share?
I did.
Tell me about that.
Well, we made a proposal to him saying, what about instead we all get the same amount of founder shares and then you invest at market terms rather than terms you control.
And what did Mr. Musk say in response to that?
He rejected that.
Why did you favor that proposal over the one that Mr. Musk had proposed?
Well, it just didn't seem fair that he would control the terms that he would invest at, right? It felt like the thing that we were really hoping for was to say, let's do an equal split of founder shares and then let's start running this entity.
And just looking at this split here, I think you said that Ilya, Sam, and Greg would have founder shares, right?
That is my understanding.
Was there any discussion at this point about you investing in the enterprise?
For this proposal, we would not be permitted to.
And who said you would not be permitted to?
Elon.
Can we show PX 153, please? This is in evidence. You recall Mr. Molo showed you this yesterday, Mr. Brockman?
Yes.
And this was one of your and Dr. Sutskever's counter proposals to Mr. Musk. The attachment, I'm sorry. Dr. Sutskever.
Yes.
Sorry, can we go to the attachment, please? Yes. And just highlighting the top box, which is the one Mr. Molo was highlighting. You see that the two of you propose you each make an investment to get your equity stakes up to around 11%. You see that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Musk accept this proposal?
No. He said we were pushing too hard.
In general, during these, we can take that one down, during these discussions, did Mr. Musk ever propose or agree to a proposal in which he would receive less than 50% of the equity?
No.
Did he ever say why he wanted the equity?
He did.
What did he say?
Well, there were a couple of reasons. One was that he said that he was really focused on control, and sometimes control got conflated with equity. Sometimes control was about, here's the number of board seats, but sometimes it was, well, if I have 51%, then I will have control. So he said that's why. The second was that he talked about that he needed the money for Mars, that he said he needed $80 billion to create a city there.
We look at DX 653, please. This is stipulated. Do you recognize this as text messages between you and Dr. Sutskever dated August 22nd, 2017?
I do.
And when, just to remind us, when is this in relation to the date that Mr. Musk made the 62.5% equity proposal?
I think this is actually the same day. This might be the same day.
Same day. And can you read both of Dr. Sutskever's messages aloud?
At least we're getting our Teslas. Will a Model 3 make you be willing to accept massively unfavorable terms?
What are the Teslas that are being referred to here?
Well, Elon had said about a month prior that he was going to donate Teslas to Ilya, myself, and some others, John and Wojciech in the end. And that we had just been informed that Elon had required his team to give us the next Teslas. So this day, somehow, Elon had just asked for it. And before our next meeting, in fact, Elon demanded that those Teslas would be in our hand.
When was your next meeting?
1 week later.
What did you understand the relevance of the Teslas to be to Mr. Musk's proposed terms?
Well, it felt a little bit like he was buttering us up, right? That he wanted us to feel indebted to him in some way.
We can take that down. You mentioned another term under negotiation was control of the new entity. And what kind of control was being discussed?
This would be control over decisions in this new for-profit.
And who was the first to bring up the question of control?
Elon.
When did Mr. Musk first raise that issue?
Well, I definitely remember him talking about it and saying he needed full control that day after the initial equity conversation. So maybe we discussed it there, but I think that the I need the full control and an actual concrete proposal, that was the 16th.
And can we just focus on August for a moment in DDX2, please? We see an icon on August 16th. Could you just describe what that's reflecting?
That reflects Elon with control over the board and the company.
What did Mr. Musk propose in terms of control of the board?
That he would have it.
And how so?
Well, he had talked I mean, he said that, I think maybe for the specific one, it would be that he'd have 4 board seats, and then Ilya, Sam, and I would have 1 each, something like that.
And did Mr. Musk explain why he wanted control?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said that he had experienced what it was like to not have control, and he didn't like it, right? That he said at Zip 2, he didn't have control, and it led to a problem. He said that at Solar City, his cousins didn't have control, and he had to bail them out.
In his conversations with you during this period, did Mr. Musk, or ever at OpenAI, did Mr. Musk tie his desire for control to OpenAI's mission?
No.
I'd like to just pull up one paragraph of DX 1250.16. Your Honor, this is the one we discussed before, so just the paragraph.
Just the paragraph.
Yes.
Paragraph.
Okay. Mr. Brockman, do you recognize this as an excerpt from your August 18th, 2017 journal entry? And you can look in your binder at 1250.16 to verify.
Yes.
You recognize it?
I do recognize it.
Okay. Could you just read that paragraph, please?
Have been thinking hard about what control really means and whether we should do it. The answer is emerging. Definitely not unilateral control. No person should have control over what we're creating. And what's fair is an equal split, and we can't agree to anything less than that.
What prompted you to write that reflection?
Elon's demands.
And when you write definitely not unilateral control, what did you mean by that?
I meant that it should not be the case that there exists one person with full absolute control over OpenAI,
Why not?
because the technology we're building is just too important.
Did you confront Mr. Musk with your concerns about unilateral control?
We did.
And how did he respond?
Look, there were
Objection, lack of foundation here.
Your Honor, it's what Mr. Musk stated.
there were moments where it felt like we were there, right? There were moments where we were talking about a commitment, like an actual concrete guarantee that his control would dilute down. There were times when we talked about an override. For example, the rest of the board voting against him, or all the employees of the company all voting against him, just like some way that it would not be Elon's way or the highway, that there would be some override. And so at first it felt like there would be a path to not have unilateral control. But by the end, it was clear that there was nothing that was going to be accepted.
And when you say it was clear, what do you mean? Who conveyed that?
Well, we told him that we would not.
Again, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
I just asked you.
So he can talk about his conversations with Mr. Musk, but not, he's talking in plural.
Oh, did you have conversations with Mr. Musk about the override provision or dilution of control?
We did.
And dilution of control? And what did Mr. Musk say?
So did you personally
Yes, I did.
then talk about what you personally discussed with Mr. Musk, not what other people did?
I will. Thank you, Your Honor. I discussed this with him, and in the end, that he needed full control and that it would be up to him to decide when to dilute and when to relinquish that control.
Again, lack of foundation, move straight.
That was what Mr. Musk said to you, just to be clear, right?
That is where we ended up, yes.
Okay. As you were debating these matters of control with Mr. Musk, did anything happen with his quarterly contributions to OpenAI?
They stopped.
When did you learn that they were going to stop?
That would be in the August 29th meeting.
And looking at this timeline, can you just point to where this is, Mr. Brockman?
That would be that third line in the for-profit negotiations. Musk stops quarterly donations.
Okay. For the record, this is DDX1. Could you tell us the context in which you learned that Mr. Musk was going to be withdrawing his funds?
So we had this meeting that Elon had requested / required us to have our Teslas before, and we were supposed to present our own counter proposal there. And meeting started out very pleasant. He'd just given us the Teslas. Ilya actually had a painting of a Tesla that he had made that he said, as a token of our goodwill, I'd like you to have this Tesla painting that was placed behind me. We then started talking about control, and it was a very rational conversation. We talked about the override, the fact that we would need something like that. He was like, that makes sense. I get it. Then the conversation turned to equity, and something really changed. Something just shifted in him. It was like you could just sense it, that he was angry. He was upset when we were talking about this is where we said why don't we all get founder shares and you can invest at market terms. And he just kind of went off from there. And then at the end of the meeting, he just sat quiet for several minutes, just thinking, I don't like this. And we said, I decline.
What did you understand it to mean?
He was not going to accept these terms.
What happened after that?
He stood up and he kind of stormed around the table. And I was sitting in front of this painting. I actually thought he was going to hit me. Like, I truly thought he was going to physically attack me. And instead he just grabbed the painting and started to storm out of the room. And then he turned around and he said, when will you be departing OpenAI?
Try to stop me. Go ahead. Overrule.
He said that people needed to know he was in charge.
What was Mr. Altman's position on the question of CEO?
He also considered whether it'd work with Elon, but he concluded that for him to be able to do an effective job, that he would need to be CEO.
And that's something he expressed to Mr. Musk?
He expressed that, yes.
Did you have an opinion about who should be CEO as of September 2017?
Yes.
What was your opinion?
Sam Altman.
Did you have any concern about Mr. Musk being CEO?
Yes.
What were your concerns?
Look, he knows rockets. He knows electric cars. He did not, and I believe does not know AI. That was a major concern. And Ilya and I did not think that he was going to spend the time required to actually get good at it.
Can you give us an example of an episode that reflected your view, or in which you observed that Mr. Musk did not understand AI?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What do you recall about Mr. Musk's lack of understanding concerning AI?
Well, one example was 2016, when Alec Radford, who was the researcher who created GPT-1, GPT-2, really set the foundation for ChatGPT, these technologies that have really revolutionized the AI world. And we've been working on this very early version of the technology. And we wanted him to demo it to Elon. So it was a little chat bot. Elon typed something in, got an answer he didn't like. And he was like, this thing is stupid. Alec got flustered and was like, no, just try it one more time. It was like kind of try it one more time. It was an abnormally bad answer. Elon said, okay. And he tried it one more time. He didn't like the answer again. And he kind of went saying that this system is so stupid that kids on the internet could do a better job of it, and kind of went on like that for a little bit. Alec was absolutely crushed, demoralized. He almost quit the field, not just OpenAI, almost quit doing AI research. Ilya and I spent a long time really trying to help him feel better, to understand, that it was okay that had happened, and that, to really help him be productive once again. But the fact that Elon saw this very early version of the research that it really set all these things in motion, and didn't understand it, didn't recognize that spark. That was exactly the kind of thing that was critical to avoid happening in this environment.
And what do you mean by the setting the spark, or what was the importance of this technology?
So this was an early language model that you could actually talk to. And it's that exact same technique, right? It's been published many times. That technique is the kind of thing that is underlying all of the GPT technology, all of the language models that people use. And that, is there, right? Is like a working version of it. And like we could see the promise, right? It was still early, but you had to dream a little bit. And I think that we really needed someone running the company who had that affect.
How close did you get to accepting Mr. Musk's terms for this new for-profit in 2017?
Ilya and I got very close.
What changed your mind?
Control, and realizing that it was wrong for the mission to give absolute unilateral control, even if someone is saying they will give it up later to one person.
Can we pull up, I guess let's do, it's DX704. It's also in evidence as PX157. And we've seen a lot of this email thread between you, Mr. Musk, Mr. Altman, and Mr. Brockman, Mr. Teller, and Ms. Zilis, and Dr. Sutskever, I think, from September 20th and 20th, 2017. Do you recognize this, Mr. Brockman?
Yes.
The email at the bottom comes from Dr. Sutskever's email address, right?
Yes.
But who signs it?
Ilya and myself.
And what were you trying to communicate with this email?
We were trying to communicate that we could not say yes entirely due to the control. Like at this point, we'd accepted that it was not going to be an equal split. Like we're not equal partners. Okay. We'd accepted that he was going to be CEO. Okay. But the one thing we could not accept was to hand him the unilateral absolute control, potentially over the AGI.
Can you please read the first paragraph of Dr. Sutskever's email out loud?
This process has been the highest stakes conversation that Greg and I have ever participated in. And if the project succeeds, it'll turn out to have been the highest stakes conversation the world has seen. It's also been a deeply personal conversation for all of us.
In what sense was it the highest stakes conversation you'd ever participated in?
Well, it was setting the future of OpenAI, and if it's both the company and also this technology, right? That it's just, these are very important things, and the decisions we were going to make were going to have a big impact on that.
Could you read the next paragraph aloud as well, please?
Yesterday, while we were considering making our final commitment, given the non-solicit agreement, we realized we'd made a mistake. We have several important concerns that we haven't raised with either of you. We didn't raise them because we were afraid to. We were afraid of harming the relationship, having you think less of us, or losing you as partners.
What was the mistake you'd realized?
That we had been sort of willing to or considering giving this absolute control up. That we had been willing to give up this control provision. We had contemplated that, and we realized that that was contrary to the mission.
In the first paragraph under the Elon section here, you and Dr. Sutskever write, "We really want to work with you," to Mr. Musk. Is that true at the time?
Yes.
Why did you really want to work with Mr. Musk?
He has a lot of greatness, right? It's undeniable, the amazing accomplishments that he has. And that those were things that we wanted to learn from and felt that together we could accomplish great things.
In the next paragraph, Dr. Sutskever writes, and you write, "But we realized that we were careless in our thinking about the implications of control for the world." What did you mean by that?
Well, what we meant was that if we look narrowly at, hey, we're starting a company with Elon, right? Like at that point, you don't really think about the grand scale of humanity, right? You're just thinking about, we're doing a company, like what's the right control? Like, am I cool with Elon being CEO? It feels a lot more normal, a lot more like typical, just Silicon Valley. But I think the thing that we also really thought about was, what if we actually succeed? right? Because it's very easy in our shoes to think of it as like, okay, yeah, we have this mission, but we're probably going to fail. And so like, think about off ramps, think about if it doesn't work out, at least if it doesn't work out, what that would look like. But we realize it's so critical. We have to condition on success, even if success is very low probability, even if it's unlikely to happen, and cannot sign up for a structure, for a job, for an endeavor that if it succeeds, you will not have achieved the mission. You will not be happy with that outcome.
Could you read the last bullet point of this section, starting with the goal of OpenAI out loud?
The goal of OpenAI is to make the future good and to avoid an AGI dictatorship. You are concerned that Demis could create an AGI dictatorship. So do we. So it is a bad idea to create a structure where you could become a dictator if you choose to, or if you chose to, especially given that we can create some other structure that avoids this possibility.
And who did you understand Demis to be here?
Demis Haspis,
And just remind us, because it was yesterday, who's he?
the CEO of DeepMind.
At the top of this email chain, we see Mr. Musk's response beginning, "Guys, I've had enough." How did you feel when you got Mr. Musk's response?
Devastated.
Why?
It felt like we were so close to something that could actually succeed at the mission. Like it felt like we were almost there. Just like one little piece. An override provision, something, and it was all blown up.
And what was it you'd been hoping to accomplish with this new for-profit that you all were negotiating?
I hope we'd be able to raise the capital necessary for the mission.
How much capital did you think you needed around this time?
Around this time, we thought $10 billion would be the total amount we would need.
And where would that come from?
Investment capital.
During these negotiations, did you think at all about your personal wealth?
Yes.
And how did that thinking fit in with discussions about OpenAI's future structure?
Well, number one, we were doing this for the mission. Like, there's no point otherwise. That was the primary consideration. But as a secondary consideration, I was also thinking about, is this a configuration, a job, a structure that I will personally be happy with, that feels fair?
And were you trying to extract personal profits from the existing nonprofit?
No.
What was the cash on hand at the nonprofit at this point?
Very low, which was part of the problem.
Can we pull up PX 151, please, which is in evidence? And do you remember Mr. Brockman, Mr. Molo was asking you questions about this yesterday, this journal entry from August 21st, 2017?
Yes.
When in the course of the for-profit negotiations is August 21st?
This is kind of the first quarter.
We actually just pull up DDX to August for a minute. Okay, so that's can you just indicate where that is?
That'd be the Monday, the 21st. So it's kind of a week and a half, 2 weeks in, something like that.
And in general terms, what was happening with the negotiations at this point?
Well, we had gotten Elon's proposal that he had full control, and he said that if we said no, he was just going to quit and do his own thing. And so we had the option of just saying no, he would quit and do his own thing, and then we would be left to create our own for-profit. So it's really a question of, do we do it with him or do it without him?
Okay, let's go back to the journal entry now, PX 151. And Mr. Molo, I think, focused you on the language at the end of the second paragraph, financially, what will take me to 1 billion. Could you just read the first two paragraphs out loud if we zoom out?
Okay, so what do I really want? I want to be an engineer, but I think now is a crazy shot to be the one in charge and to step up to the challenge. We might succeed, truly. It is already a different game from anyone I know. Such upside. This is the only chance we have to get out from Elon. Is he the glorious leader that I would pick? We truly have a chance to make this happen. Financially, what will take me to 1 billion? Woo.
What was your only chance to get out from Elon?
Just saying no to giving him full control, and then he would quit.
What were you ultimately trying to make happen?
The mission.
And why were you contemplating what would financially take you to 1 billion?
As a secondary consideration, I was thinking about, will I be happy in this setup? And to me, it felt like between working with Elon, not working with Elon, I was just thinking about if we got to the 1 billion number at that point, additional capital would not make me pick between one versus the other. At that time, it would not make me pick between the route with Elon versus the route without Elon, both for profit.
Both for profit.
Correct.
In the second to last paragraph, you write, accepting Elon's terms nukes two things: our ability to choose, though maybe we could overrule him, and the economics. In what sense did Mr. Musk's terms nuke your ability to choose?
He would have full control.
And when you said maybe we could overrule him, what happened with that thought?
Well, this was back when we were talking about overrides and forced dilutions and things like that, which ended up evaporating.
And in what sense did Mr. Musk's terms nuke the economics?
Well, he was going to have majority, at least, equity.
At this point, as between the two avenues you've laid out, the for-profit with Mr. Musk and without Mr. Musk, which did you prefer in August?
Truly undecided.
And if in the new for-profit that you all were contemplating, who did you understand would build the value that would get you potentially to 1 billion?
Ilya and myself.
Objective leading Europe.
Overall. Overall.
Ilya, myself, and the team.
Next question.
Which pathway, as between a for-profit with Mr. Musk and no for-profit at all at that time, did you choose?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah. So your choice. We looked at your email from September 20th, 2017, right?
Yes.
When you did the for-profit negotiations continue in earnest immediately after that?
I would say that there was definitely a marked decrease in those types of conversations, but they were not over.
And when you sent that email, what was the choice you were making?
Well, we decided that the mission was going to be it set certain constraints, and we decided that that constraint included the unilateral control. So we would do the for-profit with Elon if he were willing to accept something other than unilateral control. That would have happened, but he wouldn't accept that. And so that meant that we were going to keep going with the nonprofit for the interim.
Can we pull up DX 704 again, please? This is the email we were just looking at. And can you just read out loud Mr. Musk's response at the top?
Guys, I've had enough. This is the final straw. Either go do something on your own or continue with OpenAI as a nonprofit. I will no longer fund OpenAI until you have made a firm commitment to stay, or I'm just being a fool who is essentially providing free funding for you to create a startup. Discussions are over.
When Mr. Musk wrote, I will no longer fund OpenAI until you have a firm commitment to stay, was there follow-up on that?
Yes.
What was the follow-up?
Well, we talked to Shivon a couple of days later, and she's...
Focus on what you did. You continue
Yes.
to talk in the we, and I don't care from you about the we. I care about what you did.
Understood. Apologies. Yes, I actually mean we here. I always mean Ilya and myself because we were basically doing it the whole time. But I will say I. And I say I, Ilya, and I.
Well, it depends if you have a specific recollection of doing something together.
I do. Yes. So Shivon called Ilya and myself, and that we talked about the fact of, she was like, basically, what's the plan? We said, we're not quitting. So we're going to keep working on the nonprofit. She said, you know that there are going to be conditions now, right? And we said, we understand that there would be conditions for Elon to stay. And she said she would follow up. And she did follow up later.
And what were the conditions that Ms. Zilis conveyed?
She said that Elon's conditions were,
Objection for saying form of the question.
Your Honor, I don't think this is hearsay at all.
Well, the form of the question suggested it is. Why don't you reformulate your question?
What were the conditions you understood Mr. Musk would impose going forward?
I understood that Ilya and I would have to agree not to quit for a period of 2 years. We would have to agree to a non-solicit order to leave after that time. And we would have to grant Elon 2 additional board seats.
Board seats on what?
In the nonprofit.
And these were conditions for what?
This was defined as what it meant for us to commit. And then at that point, Elon would resume funding.
Approximately when were those conditions conveyed to you?
I believe October 10th or so. So maybe 2 weeks after that email.
Did you ever agree to those conditions?
No, we thought hard about it. We never did.
Did Mr. Musk ever resume his quarterly contributions?
He did not.
Why did you not accept the conditions?
Well, we thought a lot about it. And the challenge is that if we were to really commit to the nonprofit.
Mr. Brockman, just to follow, just speak
Yes.
in your own.
I and Ellie had many conversations where it was contemplated.
Your Honor, objection.
I tell you what, let's go ahead and take a break at this time. So we'll stand in recess with the jury for 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury.
approximately an hour.
Okay. Well, let's keep going for now. Come on forward. You're even here. Okay, you may all be seated. The record will reflect that the jury is back. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Brockman, before we come back to 2017, let me just ask you, does OpenAI's exclusive license to Microsoft mean that OpenAI cannot use the IP that's given to Microsoft?
No.
Going back to 2017, we were talking about the conditions for Mr. Musk resuming funding. Why did you not accept those conditions?
If I, Ilya, were to accept such terms, or I guess I felt that if we were to accept such terms, we might be stuck in a nonprofit unable to achieve its mission.
And why is that?
If we had no path to raising the funding necessary for the mission, then we would not be able to achieve it.
And did you convey that concern to Mr. Musk or his team?
Yes, I definitely conveyed multiple times that our focus was we need to be able to raise the money, and yes, that was communicated.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Musk about his providing further funds at this point?
I don't think I ever asked him about that. It was stated to Ilya and myself that if we committed, then the funding would resume.
When you did not accept those conditions, how did Mr. Musk respond?
Well, the thing that happened, again, there was lots of new proposals being lobbed around. So Shivon had called early October saying,
Right. Check.
This thing. As to the form.
How did Mr. Musk respond when you did not accept the conditions for resuming funding?
well, he made alternate proposals of things to do in the interim. And we also made a proposal of what we would do.
And what were the proposals that Mr. Musk advanced?
Well, the first time we saw Elon after that Honest Thoughts email was, I think, late October, maybe the 20th or something. And he said, first of all, it was a happy accident that the for-profit negotiations had fallen through because it never would have been able to raise enough money anyway. But he said, don't worry, I've got the perfect idea that will actually work, which is Tesla.
And what did Mr. Musk then say about Tesla?
He said that we should merge OpenAI into Tesla.
And did Mr. Musk provide any reasons for doing so?
He said that this would have the money instantly. You could do $1 billion per year budget. It would only grow from there.
And anything else?
Well, we talked about whether, like I asked whether whether we could talk about what we would do there. And he said, no, it would have to be secret, that the shareholders wouldn't like it. So you would not tell people you're working on AGI, which would also allow for secrecy.
And what was discussed about secrecy?
Well, it was discussed that it would have to be secret, that would be a requirement to make this happen.
Was there any was there any discussion of control in connection with the Tesla proposal?
The statement was that Elon did not have full control over Tesla, therefore solving the control provision that had blown things up previously.
And what was your reaction to that statement?
It's not 100% clear to me exactly what Tesla control is in practice.
And more generally, what was your reaction to Mr. Musk's proposal about merging into Tesla?
I was not very interested.
Why not?
It seemed like a desperate move that was not necessary and not likely to really achieve the mission in the end.
Why is that?
Well, Tesla's goal and mission is nothing to do with AGI. It's something different. And the setup from the beginning would be quite adversarial in the sense that we wouldn't be able to tell anyone what we were doing. It's not clear whether the AGI project would really be isolated from being sucked into working on autopilot. Just felt operationally like it wouldn't work. It didn't feel like, and it definitely would not be the case we could make decisions factoring in the mission.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, Tesla's mission is something else, and it's also a C Corp. And so both of those really seem like not exactly the setup that we were hoping for.
How long did discussions with Mr. Musk and his team about joining Tesla go on for?
Objection. This state's witness's testimony.
Don't think it does.
Suspend. Reforming question.
How long did you discuss with Mr. Musk and his team the prospect of OpenAI joining Tesla?
Same objection.
Overall, I'll let the jury decide exactly what those discussions, how to formulate the discussion. You're reminded that lawyers' statements and questions are not evidence. All right, go ahead.
Discussions with Elon over potentially joining Tesla were open for several months.
Until when? When did?
End of January 2018.
Yesterday, you recall Mr. Molo asked you whether you were forthright in your dealings with Mr. Musk during 2017. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said there was exactly one thing that was not actively broadcast to him. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
What was that thing?
That during this time, we considered voting to remove Elon from the board.
Who's the we?
That would be Sam, Ilya, and myself.
And when in relation to Mr. Musk first making his Tesla proposal, did you consider removing him from the board?
This was kind of after.
Why were you contemplating removing Mr. Musk from the board?
Well, it had been made clear to us from Elon throughout this whole thing that if we didn't come to terms, he was going to start an AGI competitor. And it had become even more explicit at this point. It was looking like he was going to do Tesla with or without us. And maybe, again, there was still a potential he would do something else in addition. Wasn't entirely clear. And as we weighed whether to commit or not, we thought, okay, if there's a chance we actually commit and he quits anyway, right? So then at that point, we really are stuck, right? We don't even get his help and we're not allowed to leave because we made a promise. And so we thought about, well, what are the other options here to actually achieve this mission? And the other thing on the table was, well, we could, vote to remove him. And then we would have the ability to go and figure out what to do from there.
Was Mr. Musk removed from OpenAI's board?
No.
Why not?
It was one of these things where we could justify it in the name of the mission. Like he was standing in the way of the thing we'd all agreed.
Your Honor.
Suspend. Answer the question. This is not a narrative.
Why was Mr. Musk, who made the decision not to remove Mr. Musk from the board?
I would say Ilya and myself.
And on what basis did you decide not to remove Mr. Musk?
On the basis that it felt right for the mission and wrong personally.
Can we pull up PX 161, please? This is in evidence. You recall Mr. Molo asked you about this entry from your journal dated November 6, 2017 yesterday?
Yes.
Could you read the first paragraph aloud for us?
Next day, Ilya feeling like we morally should not be kicking Elon out and should be trying to make the nonprofit work and convince him to stay.
What were you intending to capture here with this statement?
This is when this was feeling like voting to remove Elon from the board, justifiable, but just not something we wanted to do personally. Just didn't feel right.
And can we go to the last page of this entry, about midway down the page? Do you see the paragraph beginning BTW, another realization?
Yes.
Could you read that, please?
BTW, another realization from this is that it'd be wrong to steal the nonprofit from him, to convert to a B Corp without him. That'd be pretty morally bankrupt, and he's really not an idiot.
What did you mean by steal the nonprofit here?
Vote to remove him from the board.
And what would have been morally bankrupt to do?
To vote to remove him from the board and then go create a for-profit.
And does this passage have anything to do with creating a for-profit in the event Mr. Musk left the board on his own?
No.
And were you reflecting on the morality of creating an OpenAI B Corp if Mr. Musk left OpenAI on his own?
Objection meeting.
First time.
Let's turn to the page ending in 478 in the same entry. Mr. Molo, I should say, asked you about this part of your notes under post-meeting yesterday. You remember that?
Yes.
What meeting is this?
This was a meeting we had with Elon. I had with Elon together with Ilya, in which we talked about our plans to continue fundraising in the nonprofit to see what was possible.
And in that discussion, did you say how much you were going to raise?
I believe so, yes.
What did you say?
I believe that I, together with Ilya, stated that our goal was to see if we could raise $100 million as a 2018 budget in the nonprofit, and a lifetime goal for the nonprofit of $10 billion.
By the time of this meeting, what was the state of play with respect to Mr. Musk's own funding for OpenAI?
Frozen.
And were you still considering at this time accepting the conditions for his resuming funding?
We were considering it.
I'd like to look at PX 161, please.
Your lifetime goal again was what?
$10 billion to fundraise for the project.
I'm sorry, it's the same journal entry. And if we could look at the page ending in 477 under 7P before the meeting. Do you see that?
I do.
Could you read the paragraph that begins, if he asks?
If he asks, okay, are you going to commit? We'd say, well, we're not sure that the raise can happen. So that's our holdback. We believe in the mission and always have. But right now there are so many factors and we're so close. Would like to just try to get the big results. Otherwise, OpenAI is a bit failure.
And when you refer to going to commit, what are you referring to here?
Accepting Elon's terms.
Terms for what, just to specify?
To Elon's commitment to the nonprofit terms. That is not quitting, board seat, non-solicit.
Oh.
Not quitting, non-solicit, board seats for him.
And what were you saying about that requested commitment in this entry?
We were not ready to make that commitment.
Can we go to the page, middle of the page ending 472 and the paragraph starting cannot say? Do you see that? And can you read that out loud, Mr. Brockman?
Cannot say that we are committed to the nonprofit. Don't want to say that we're committed. If 3 months later we're doing B Corp, then it was a lie.
Why could you not say that you were committed to the nonprofit?
Because we were not sure that the nonprofit would be able to raise the funding that we needed. So we were not ready to make that commitment that he was requesting.
Under what circumstances were you thinking it would be a lie to do the B Corp?
One more question. The lady.
Oh,
If we were to commit to Elon, and then there's possible he was going to quit, we would have control again to kind of do what we wanted. And then if we were to say, well, we're going to make a B Corp, if we did all those things, that would feel dishonest.
Did you do those things?
No.
Let's look at the paragraph ending the page ending in 473, the paragraph beginning "can't see us." When you wrote "can't see us turning this into a for-profit without a very nasty fight," what did you mean?
What I meant is if we commit and then, or alternatively, if we do the forced removal, either way, if we're doing this in that world, it's going to be a fight with Elon if we start a for-profit.
And did either of those worlds end up happening?
No.
Just to be clear, did you ever give a commitment to Mr. Musk about the nonprofit?
No.
After the November 6th meeting with Mr. Musk, what fundraising efforts, if any, did the nonprofit undertake?
Well, Ilya and I proceeded to try to fundraise for the nonprofit. We went down the list of Forbes 500 wealthiest people in America and tried to find people that we thought might be excited about AI.
And how successful were those efforts?
We did end up raising some amount of money.
I'd like to pull up PX 163, please. This is an entry Mr. Mueller showed you yesterday from November 12, 2017. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And Mr. Mueller focused you on the following paragraph in the middle of the page ending 485. We've been thinking that maybe we should just flip to a for-profit, making the money for us. Sounds great and all. What did you mean by that?
Again, this was a pretty frustrating moment. Like, we were really running on this nonprofit fundraise, and it was difficult. It wasn't clear. Like, Elon himself said, no one wants to give money to this thing. Like, it just felt hard. And so this was a statement of, man, it would be so much easier if we could do it a different way.
Did Mr. Musk help with OpenAI's fundraising during this period?
I'd say essentially no. A little bit, but no.
Could we pull up DX 734, please, which is stipulated? Do you recognize this, Mr. Brockman, as an email from you to Mr. Musk, Mr. Altman, and Dr. Sutskever from January 8th, 2018?
Yes.
What are you reporting generally in this email to Mr. Musk?
Fundraising progress.
And you write in the paragraph, the first paragraph, ask during AGI weekend, help close the funders listed below and entice other attendees. And then there are some names. To whom was this ask directed?
Elon.
What were you asking him to do?
Help us fundraise during this event that we put together with many potential funders.
How did Mr. Musk respond to your request?
He told us that he would.
And then what happened?
So it was a whole weekend. He ended up showing up for kind of the end of dinner on the Saturday and mostly told stories and did not help with fundraising.
And what was your reaction to Mr. Musk's efforts during the AGI weekend?
Very disappointed.
What was Mr. Musk's posture toward OpenAI in the period after November 6, 2017 and before late January 2018?
Check the form of the question.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. How did you perceive Mr. Musk to be thinking about OpenAI during that period?
He felt more distant, less engaged.
And I want to show you, as January came to an end, did your observations of Mr. Musk change?
You mean 2017?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, 2018.
Period after November 20.
I'm sorry. In the period between November 6, 2017 and the end of January 2018, how did it seem to you Mr. Musk was inclined towards OpenAI?
Well, it seemed to.
Form of the question.
He can testify as to his perceptions himself.
It seemed to me that Elon's engagement depended directly on how likely he thought it was we could succeed, which at the time really meant how much money we could raise. And for example, when we talked about the ICO idea, at first he was thinking about it. And then we had another meeting at his house, same whiskey, same celebratory atmosphere, where he said, "You've solved it. We're going to raise $10 billion. You had a successful nonprofit fundraise. This is great."
And did anything change? Did his posture change after that towards you?
It did. After 2 more weeks, he thought about it. We thought about it. We all kind of decided that actually the ICO plan was not something we wanted to pursue. And then at that point, Elon gave up on OpenAI.
I want to look at DX 748, please, which is stipulated. This is an email chain from February 1st, 2018. And I want to go to the page ending in 549.
Did you have a second binder? Because I don't have these later exhibits in binder.
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So focusing on this email at the bottom of the page, do you see that? What is that message?
This is from Elon telling us that we're on certain failure trajectory.
And can you just read the first paragraph out loud?
OpenAI is on a path of certain failure relative to Google. There obviously needs to be immediate and dramatic action, or everyone except for Google will be consigned to irrelevance.
And can you read the next paragraph? Actually, the third paragraph, the only paths.
The only paths I can think of are a major expansion of OpenAI and a major expansion of Tesla AI, perhaps both simultaneously. The former would require a major increase in funds donated and highly credible people joining our board. The current board situation is very weak.
What did you understand, Mr. Musk, to mean by a major expansion of Tesla AI at this point?
Build AGI within Tesla.
And you, just zooming out, you respond to Mr. Musk's email. You see that?
Yes.
At the bottom of the page ending in 547, so close to the end. Okay, top. Mr. Brockman, can you just read the first 2 paragraphs of your response to Mr. Musk?
Thank you for the thoughtful note. I have always been impressed by your focus on the big picture and agree completely we must change trajectory to achieve our goals. Let's speak tomorrow, anytime 4 p.m. or later will work. My view is that the best future will come from a major expansion of OpenAI. Our goal and mission are fundamentally correct, and that will increasingly be a superpower as AGI grows near.
And I'd like to turn now to back to page 549, still in your email, and ask that you read the first 3 lines of that aloud.
So moral high ground?
549.
549, excuse me.
Yeah.
Our biggest tool is the moral high ground. To retain this, we must try our best to remain a nonprofit. OpenAI is going to shake up the fabric of society, and our fiduciary duty should be to humanity.
What did you think gave OpenAI moral high ground?
The mission.
And in what sense was the moral high ground OpenAI's biggest tool?
I think this technology is one that many people are pursuing, or we anticipated would pursue many more today. And the thing that really distinguished us, and I believe still continues to do so, is the pursuit of this mission to ensure that this is something that benefits all of humanity.
And why did you think OpenAI needed to try its best to remain a nonprofit?
Well, we always viewed AI as something bigger than, sort of the normal way of doing business. It felt like they needed some sort of special structure. And we really wanted to ensure that our fiduciary duty is to humanity. Like that is something that I think we thought a lot about, continue to do so. And so we really wanted to try our best to have a nonprofit entity, to have something special in the corporate structure that is different from a typical C Corp.
And was your statement in this email in any way a promise to maintain OpenAI's nonprofit structure?
No.
Was it a promise never to create a for-profit arm of OpenAI?
No.
This email chain, as we saw, was from February 1st, 2018. How long before this had Mr. Musk stopped making quarterly contributions to OpenAI?
Probably been at least 6 months.
And did he ever make another quarterly contribution to OpenAI?
No.
Did you have any discussions with Mr. Musk about OpenAI's future in the few weeks between the email chain we looked at and his resignation or his announcement of resignation from the board?
Yes.
Please describe those conversations.
So after he sent this email, Ilya, Sam Altman, got on a call with Elon, and we were trying to explain to him that we could create a for-profit entity.
Objection.
Compound.
Foundation.
Well, I don't think that it lacks foundation, but I don't actually know because it's compound.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I forget what question I asked, so I'll ask another one. In the period between the email we looked at and Mr. Musk's announcement of his resignation from the board, did you have discussions with Mr. Musk about OpenAI's future?
Yes.
What did Mr. Musk say during those discussions?
He said that he would support us pursuing our own path that we saw, which we described as a for-profit entity, to try to raise billions of dollars.
And when Mr. Musk told you that he was resigning from OpenAI, what reasons did he give you for doing so?
He wanted to pursue AGI at Tesla.
Did OpenAI do anything to mark Mr. Musk's departure from the company?
Yes.
What did it do?
We held an all hands, that is I think we had 40, 60 employees, something like that at the time, came to listen to Elon speak.
And when was that in relation to Mr. Musk's announcement of his resignation from the board?
I think it was almost concurrent. Maybe it was separated by a few days or something, but it might have been the same day even.
So what date are we at approximately?
I believe this was Feb 18th of 2018. I might be off slightly.
And what did Mr. Musk say during this meeting with the employees at OpenAI?
Well, he opened by saying that this project was going to require billions of dollars per year. The only path he personally saw was Tesla, so that he was going to resign to go do that. But Greg, Sam, Ilya saw a different path. And when you see a path, you got to pursue it. He said he would support that. He said he'd continue to fund, he'd donate, he'd advise, but that he was going to go do his own thing. And if he'd stopped there, I think that it would have been a pretty demoralizing event for the team.
Why demoralizing?
Well, he basically said there's no hope. These people think that there is one, but I do not think that there is.
And you said if he stopped there, did Mr. Musk stop there?
Did not.
What else did he say?
Well, he started taking questions on how he would pursue AGI at Tesla.
And what happened?
He said he would not work on safety. He said that the most important thing was to catch up and exceed DeepMind. And so if the wolves are dictating safety and if the sheep are dictating safety and the wolves are not, then there's no purpose. And so he said that, they would not work on safety there. And this caused a strong reaction in the team.
And just very generally, what was the strong reaction you observed?
The team pushed back hard on this concept of ditching safety.
Objection.
The objection is sustained. We can talk about observations, but not statements. That's hearsay.
Your Honor, this is not for the truth. It's also Mr. Musk's own statements.
So that's irrelevant there.
Sustained.
What was your reaction, Mr. Brockman, to Mr. Musk's resignation?
Relief, some sadness. Was the end of an era, but it also freed us to actually pursue the mission.
Why were you relieved?
This has been a long period of uncertainty where Elon was a major constraint on our ability to pursue the path that all of us, him included, had agreed was the only possibility.
In the months after Mr. Musk left the board, so the rest of 2018, what was the relationship between you and him?
Good.
And ...2018 was the year that OpenAI formed its for-profit subsidiary, is that right?
Yes.
What involvement did you have in that?
I was aware of it, providing feedback, maybe reviewing things at a high level, was not a direct driver of it.
What happened with the nonprofit's assets when the OpenAI for-profit was created?
I believe we did a fair valuation of those assets and sold them to the, did some transfer to the for-profit.
And what did the nonprofit get in return?
It got
Objection. Foundation.
That's some foundation.
Mr. Brockman, you were on the board at the time, were you?
yes,
Okay. So the board approved this transaction?
it did.
What did the board, what did the nonprofit get in return for selling its assets to the for-profit?
A major stake in this new for-profit.
And what happened with the employees at this time?
People also transferred over to the for-profit.
And when they did that, how did that affect their compensation?
They got more because they could get equity in this new entity.
Why was the IP moved into the for-profit?
Well, we did consider just starting from scratch, and I think it actually would have been helpful in some ways, but it felt like it would be easier continuity to just keep with the code bases that we had. But secondly, if we didn't do that, I actually don't know that we could have given really anything to the nonprofit.
What? Explain.
The one piece of value that the nonprofit had was this IP that we had built. And so you have this new company. How could it get an actual stake in that?
Go on.
And I think
Sorry, please. Go ahead. Ask your next question. Just don't wait.
As far as you're aware, in 2018, did Mr. Musk ever raise an objection to creating OpenAI's for-profit?
Objection. Reading.
Well, you can answer as to whether he did that. Well, go ahead. Overruled.
No,
That you were aware.
I have no awareness of any objections from Elon.
Just one moment, Your Honor. I approached with a collection of exhibits that have been stipulated into evidence.
You may.
And I'll just read for the record what these are. They are DX640, DX813, 877, 899, 906, 912, 913, 942, 962, 1008, and 1024.
Agreed, stipulated? Stipulated?
I don't think we've seen these before, so we just like to have a few minutes to check. Unless this is the
They
list
were on
we
the
sent
list
over
from
this morning. Then yes, they're stipulated.
All right,
Thank you.
proceed.
Mr. Brockman, if you could just flip through that binder, please, and tell me, did you review?
Sorry, it looks like these were not on the list that we were given this morning, so we just like a few minutes to check that they are stipulated.
They're right.
Yeah.
It's a different list, just let's.
I apologize.
Okay, while they're checking, you can look at the binder.
Okay. Mr. Brockman, can you look at your binder, please?
So while they're doing this, this is what I try to have them do before you get here. The picture right above your head is one of our former federal judges, Lowell Jensen. He was the district attorney here in Alameda County for many, many years. Went to Washington. He was appointed to the federal bench by George W. Bush. And thing that I love, story I love about Judge Jensen is that when he was in D.C., he was apparently on the short list from the Supreme Court, right, which is the highest court in the land, and he declined. He said, well, why would you decline that? And Judge Jensen said it sounds like a lifetime sentence to law school. He loved being a trial judge, and was here in Oakland for a long time before he moved to San Fe. Are we ready yet?
Yes, we are. And we confirm that these are stipulated. Two of the documents, we've agreed to a limiting instruction, and those are DX 813 and DX 1008.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brockman, did you review those blog post exhibits?
Yes.
And you reviewed them in preparation for your testimony, is that right?
Yes.
And just, these are all OpenAI blog posts, is that right?
Yes.
Generally, what's the subject matter addressed in these blog posts?
Generally, OpenAI technical progress and announcements of Microsoft relationship updates.
And have you always overseen aspects of OpenAI's technological development?
Yes.
Like to now pull up DDX3, please. Mr. Brockman, what is this demonstrative?
This shows the timeline of different technical milestones and Microsoft investments.
And how does this timeline relate to the collection of blog posts?
It's the same.
Walking through this timeline, can you just start with, we see the Dota victory on the left. Remind us what that is.
That was this big milestone where we won at the 1v1 version of this big game.
And what about GPT-1 in June 2018? What was that milestone?
This was an early version of what became ChatGPT and related systems. Very, very early.
Why was it considered a milestone?
Well, this was a system that exhibited new properties, right? That it was trained, that it used a new model class, and that it was able to sort of handle language in new ways.
And moving forward to November 2019, we see GPT-2. What's that?
That was a scaled up version of GPT-1.
At a milestone.
This was the first system that could really generate coherent text, maybe sentences, paragraphs that were actually kind of interesting to read.
And then I think the next line here is May 2020, GPT-3. Why was that a milestone?
This was further increasing the scale, probably about 100x the amount of computational power or compute. And this is the first system that was actually commercially useful, that businesses could use it for different kinds of processing applications.
And right beside that, in June 2020, we see API. What is that referring to?
This stands for Application Programming Interface. This is our first product. So this allowed businesses to utilize GPT-3 without having a copy of it.
What was your involvement with the development of the API?
I led the development of it.
I'd like to take a look, please, at one of the blog posts that's in the binder, DX899. What is this, Mr. Brockman?
This is the blog post announcing the OpenAI API.
What's the date?
June 11th, 2020.
Did you have a hand in drafting this blog post?
I did.
Let's go to the page ending 688. And do you see the paragraph under why did OpenAI decide to release a commercial product?
Yes.
Could you read that?
Ultimately, what we care about most is ensuring artificial general intelligence benefits everyone. We see developing commercial products as one of the ways to make sure we have enough funding to succeed.
And now let's go to the first paragraph on the page ending in 689 under why did OpenAI choose to release an API instead of open sourcing the models. You see there are 3 reasons provided, Mr. Brockman?
I do.
What are those?
Commercializing the technology helps us pay for our ongoing AI research, safety, and policy efforts. The first was commercializing the technology helps us pay for our ongoing AI research, safety, and policy efforts. Secondly, these models are hard for people to actually run, so we can do it because we have the expertise. And the third is that API lets us more easily respond to misuse of the technology.
And if we could go back to DDX3, please. The next item we see in the timeline is in 2021, August, Codex. What is that?
This was applying the GPT technology to software, to computer code. So an AI that could write software code pretty well.
Why was that a milestone?
It's significant to have an AI that can actually write software.
And what about GPT 3.5 in March 2022? What was that?
This was further scale up of our language models, and it was a much more usable system.
Then a few months later, we have November 22nd, November 2022, ChatGPT. You've talked a little bit about that, but just remind us what ChatGPT, why it was a milestone.
Well, we took essentially the GPT 3.5 level technology that had been out for 8 months at that point and released it as a product. We made it accessible to anyone, and it grew far faster than any of us imagined.
And why do you say far faster than any of you imagined?
Well, we had GPT-4 in-house at that point, and to me it felt like GPT-4 would be very useful. 3.5 had been out for a while. I felt like it wasn't quite above threshold. But the thing we had discounted was the fact that by making this technology so widely available, that suddenly people would find all these creative uses, that they would figure out how to use it in their daily lives.
And I guess the last entry we see on this is from 2023, GPT-4. What is that?
That was, again, a further major scale up of this technology.
And from your perspective, what resources have allowed OpenAI to achieve these milestones?
Investment capital and the hard work of employees.
How does what OpenAI spends in compute today compared to what it spent, say, in 2017?
Probably 1,000x difference. I'd say 2017, I think around, I don't know, maybe 30 million in compute cost in total, might be an overestimate. And this year we're talking like $50 billion worth of compute costs.
And looking at DDX3, we see at the bottom 3 investments. What are those?
These are Microsoft investments into the OpenAI for-profit.
What role did OpenAI's board have with respect to each of these investments?
It needed to approve all of them.
Were you on the board at each of the time of each of these investments?
Yes,
What was the vote on each?
unanimously in favor.
Was Shivon Zilis on the board for any of the approvals here?
For the 2021 and 2023 ones, yes,
What was her vote?
in favor.
Where do you think that OpenAI's mission would stand today if it hadn't received these investments from Microsoft when it did?
Stalled, possibly abandoned.
Mr. Molo yesterday asked you some questions about, we can take this down, thank you, about your equity in Stripe. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And just remind us, what was your connection to Stripe?
I was on the founding team.
When was that?
2010 and left in 2015.
And I think you testified yesterday when you started at Stripe, you were 4 people hacking in a room. Do you remember that testimony?
I remember being 4 people hacking a room.
What do you mean by hacking?
I mean, we were writing software code. We were trying to turn this idea into a real company, a real business.
And did it become a real business?
Absolutely.
What kind of business is it?
It is a payment processing business. I think it processes around $2 trillion in payments annually, something like that.
How did you get your Stripe equity?
So it was granted to me essentially as founder shares. I think I paid $6 for that equity, placed $6 on Patrick Collison's desk. Placed $6 on Patrick Collison's desk.
And when you got the equity, did you have any idea what it would be worth down the line?
No.
If Stripe had never gotten off the ground, what would have happened to the value of your equity?
Would have been 0.
What was the Stripe equity stake worth in 2015 when you left the company?
I believe somewhere in the tens of millions, possibly 100 million. I don't recall the exact number.
What percentage of your overall equity in Stripe or does your stake represent?
I think a little less than 0.5%, 0.3, something like that.
Before June 2023, did you disclose your Stripe stake to other members of OpenAI's board?
Yes.
Have you had any role in negotiating or approving any deal between OpenAI and Stripe?
No.
How generally have you handled conflicts of interest at OpenAI?
Well, I follow the conflict of interest policy, but I also tend to be more conservative in terms of flagging to people when I have an investment in something, even if the policy does not require it.
Mr. Molo asked you about your ownership of CoreWeave equity. Do you remember that?
Yes.
How did you end up with CoreWeave stock?
Well, I'd invested in a different company that ended up being acquired by CoreWeave.
When was that acquisition approximately?
I think it was sometime in 25. I lose track of exactly when it was announced versus when it closed.
Did you own any CoreWeave stock before May 2025?
Not before it closed, no.
Have you had any role negotiating or approving any contract between OpenAI and CoreWeave?
I was focused on the technical side.
And Mr. Molo asked you about your interest in Cerebras, which we talked about today. Did you hide that interest from Mr. Musk?
No.
And when OpenAI entered into an agreement with Cerebras in December 2025, did you have any role in approving that deal?
No.
Who ultimately approved the deal with Cerebras?
It would either be the board or there's delegated, decision-making authority, but it was not me. I was recused from that.
You were recused?
Yeah, I was not participating in that.
How involved was Shivon Zilis in the 2017 negotiations with Mr. Musk over the creation of an OpenAI for-profit?
Very.
After Mr. Musk left OpenAI in February 2018, what, if any, ongoing role did Ms. Zilis have with OpenAI?
She was a advisor, I'd say.
And at some point, we saw she joined the board.
She did join the board 2020.
What did you understand Ms. Zilis's role to be with Mr. Musk after February 2018?
She continued to work at his companies, particularly Neuralink.
And after Mr. Musk left OpenAI, did Ms. Zilis continue acting as a liaison with OpenAI and Mr. Musk?
I would say so, yes.
Did you have any concerns from a competitive perspective about Ms. Zilis continuing with that role?
Well, there were many people within OpenAI who did. I really trusted her to keep the Elon and OpenAI parts separate.
And in the years you worked with Ms. Zilis until she left the board in early 2023, did you have any awareness of any romantic relationship between her and Mr. Musk?
Objection.
Your Honor, this is...
What's the objection?
No, actually, I have no objection. Withdraw.
No, she told me the opposite.
And what do you mean by that?
This I object to. You're saying.
This is not for the truth, Your Honor.
Well, for what purpose then is it?
For notice and to explain Mr. Brockman's actions.
He did something specific?
Yes, there are events that follow concerning.
Okay, so we'll lay that foundation first and then we can figure it out.
At some point, did you come to learn that Ms. Zilis had given birth to twins?
Yes,
And from whom did you learn that?
her.
At that time, did Ms. Zilis tell you who the father was?
No.
What was Ms. Zilis's position at OpenAI at the time you learned about her twins?
Board member.
Did you come to learn who the father of Ms. Zilis's children was?
Yes.
And how did you learn that?
Public reporting.
Speak with Ms. Zilis about the public reporting?
Yes.
And what did Ms. Zilis tell you upon sharing, or what did Ms. Zilis tell you in that conversation?
She said that it was via IVF and that it was entirely platonic with Elon.
Upon learning that Ms. Zilis and Mr. Musk had children together, did you take any action as a member of the board of OpenAI?
Yes.
What action?
Well, many board members wished to remove Shivon, and Sam Altman and I'd say Ilya, managed to convince people to let her. We actually had a board vote and decided to let her stay.
Why?
We trusted her to keep the Elon conflict under control.
When Ms. Zilis ultimately stepped down from the board, what reason did she give?
It was once Elon started a competitor, then at that point the conflict would be unmanageable.
And when was that approximately?
That was March, I believe, of 23.
Mr. Molo asked you some questions about the events of November 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And just to orient us, how long had Elon Musk been gone from OpenAI at that point?
5 years. Well, a little more.
And what was the composition of OpenAI's board as of November 16th, 2023?
Ilya Sutskever, Sam Altman, myself, Tasha McCauley, Helen Toner, Adam D'Angelo.
And what date did you learn that you and Mr. Altman had been removed from the board?
November 17th.
How did you learn that you'd been removed?
In a video call.
Could you just describe that video call?
Well, I got a text from Ilya asking if I could get on a call. He was about to go work out. I said, sure. He sent me the link, and I noticed in the preview that it was the members of the board, except for Sam. And so I was confused and joined the call.
And what were you told on the call?
I was told that the board has decided that Sam Altman would be removed from the board and would be fired from his role at the company. I was told that it was because he had not been consistently candid. I asked for more information. They would not share more information.
And were you told anything else?
Then Helen said, there's one more thing. And I was told that the board has decided that I was removed from the board, but would retain my position at the company.
What was your position at the time?
President.
And did you learn on this call anything about why you were removed?
I asked, and they refused to say anything.
How long did this call last on November 17th?
About 8 minutes.
And I think you told Mr. Malo yesterday that after that call, you quit your position as president of the for-profit, right?
Several hours later, yes.
And when you did so, what did you think would happen to the equity you had in OpenAI?
Objection.
Oh,
I assumed it would go away. I assumed that the board would become adversarial in some way.
Why did you quit? Just at a high level?
Just the decision felt wrong.
Which decision do you mean?
The board's actions felt wrong to me, like wrongly conceived, wrongly executed. Felt wrongly conceived, wrongly executed.
And over the ensuing days, what did you think you were going to do next?
Thought we were going to start a new AI company.
Where?
Well, immediately afterwards, I talked to my wife, said, we got to quit. She agreed, called Sam and asked him what he was planning on doing. He said, I'm going to start a new AI company. And I said, no, Sam, we are going to start an AI company. And several other people, Jakub Pachoki, Shimon Sador, Alexander Madry, Jakub Pachoki, Shimon Sador, Alexander Madry quit alongside me. So the 5 of us started planning out this new company. Microsoft, Satya had called me right after these events to ask what happened. Is there something terrible here? I said, no, I know these people. I know the dynamics. I know what happened. And he said he would support Sam and me, whatever we want to do next. So we had the option of starting a new company. It was an independent company. There was an option of, do we accept funding from Microsoft? There was an option of, do we do this as some sort of subsidiary of Microsoft?
And was that an attractive option to you at the time?
It was.
Why?
It felt like the fastest path to get back on track for the mission.
And what did you understand the setup would be at Microsoft?
We would have a subsidiary that would run pretty independently, like GitHub, LinkedIn, those kinds of things. We would have control over safety. We would be able to make decisions on the basis of safety.
But ultimately, Mr. Brockman, you ended up going back to OpenAI, right?
Yes.
And at a very high level, why did you agree to return?
Well, when I quit, I thought that there was maybe a 10% chance that somehow we would come back together. But it was always my hope that if there was a configuration that made sense to pursue the mission, that we could keep going. Because we spent a lot of time really trying to design this organization to be optimal, as good as we could make it anyway, for AGI, for the mission. And we were ultimately able to find a configuration that worked for the old board and worked for us.
I'd like to show DX 1203 and 1204, please. These are stipulated. Mr. Brockman, do you recognize these photos?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
I took them.
What are they depicting?
The one on the left is this party the night that we got to an agreement. So this is 5 days after the firing. We got to an agreement with the board because they had all the control on coming back. And we held a party at the office. This is around Thanksgiving. Everyone had already canceled their flights just to be around. So they all came in and everyone's excited. The one on the right was first day actually back at work. So this is the first meeting of the day.
And can we look at DX 1205, please? What does this depict? Actually, let me ask you first, when was this photo taken?
This is probably about a week or so after these events.
And what does it depict?
This is Ilya Sutskever and myself.
Have you perceived any cultural changes at OpenAI since the events of November 2023?
Yes.
What changes have you perceived?
So coming back, I gave this talk on kind of the lessons that we
I
had.
object. This calls for a narrative.
What changes have you personally perceived at OpenAI since the events of November 2023 and how people interact with one another?
I would say we've gotten better at having the hard conversation and actually making changes when we perceive that there are just unsaid conflicts that are brewing.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Coming back, and we held a party at the office. You know, this is around Thanksgiving. Everyone had already canceled their flights just to be around. So they all came in and everyone's excited. The one on the right was first day actually back at work. So this is the first meeting of the day.
And can we look at DX 1205, please? What does this depict? Actually, let me ask you first, when was this photo taken?
This is probably about a week or so after these events.
And what does it depict?
This is Ilya Sutskever and myself.
Have you perceived any cultural changes at OpenAI since the events of November 2023?
Yes.
What changes have you perceived?
So coming back, I gave this talk on kind of the lessons that we
I
had.
object. This calls for a narrative.
What changes have you personally perceived at OpenAI since the events of November 2023 and how people interact with one another?
I would say we've gotten better at having the hard conversation and actually making changes when we perceive that there are just unsaid conflicts that are brewing.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? Just a question I missed, Mr. Brockman. Can we pull up DX 1203 and 1204 again? Who is that in the background? Who are these people?
These are pictures of OpenAI employees.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Your Honor, may I briefly ask some questions on behalf of Microsoft?
That's what I thought I just said.
My apologies, I did not hear you.
I'll try to speak louder.
Good morning, Mr. Brockman. My name is Jay Girata, and I represent Microsoft.
Good morning.
In your experience as the president and one of the co-founders of OpenAI, how would you describe OpenAI's relationship with Microsoft?
It's been foundational. I think it's been very important for the whole industry.
Did Microsoft play any role in the founding of OpenAI in December 2015?
No.
Did Microsoft participate in the discussions between OpenAI's co-founders to create a for-profit entity after the Dota 2 win in August of 2017?
No.
What role, if any, did Microsoft play in the OpenAI nonprofit board's decision in 2018 to create a for-profit subsidiary?
None.
Do you recall your testimony from earlier that the nonprofit board transferred intellectual property to the for-profit subsidiary in return for fair value?
Yes.
When did that occur?
I don't know the precise date, but I would assume late 2018.
And was late 2018 before or after the partnership with Microsoft that was entered into in July of 2019?
Before.
What role, if any, did Microsoft play in the decision by the nonprofit board to transfer intellectual property to the for-profit subsidiary?
None.
Do you recall your testimony from earlier that the nonprofit board transferred employees to the for-profit subsidiary?
Yes.
When did that transfer occur?
Also not quite sure, but let's say late 2018.
Okay, so again, before the Microsoft partnership in July of 2019.
Certainly.
And did Microsoft play any role in that decision?
No.
Mr. Brockman, do you recall your testimony yesterday that you did not ever hear any conditions attached to Mr. Musk's donations to the OpenAI nonprofit?
Yes.
Given that testimony, what, if anything, did you ever tell anyone at Microsoft about any conditions attached to Mr. Musk's donations to the OpenAI nonprofit?
Object to the form of the question.
What's the objection?
It's called for hearsay.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm asking Mr. Brockman that given his testimony, what, if anything, did he ever tell Microsoft?
The court's statement, is it offered for its truth?
No, I'm asking the witness what information, if anything, he conveyed to Microsoft.
Oh,
Nothing.
And Mr. Brockman, are you aware of any communication between anyone at OpenAI and anyone at Microsoft that discusses conditions attached to Mr. Musk's donations to the OpenAI nonprofit?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
re-exam.
Hey, or 2000 break early.
No, I don't want to break early. Proceed.
I don't want to break the day early.
No, I don't want to break right now. Proceed.
Oops.
You have 23 minutes.
Morning, Mr. Brockman.
Good morning.
I'm going to start where Ms. Addy started this morning. You said that Mr. Musk had a meeting with you and other senior people in which he said that you had to fire the poor performers or people who could not justify having made substantial contributions to OpenAI, correct?
It's not quite the correct characterization, but approximately.
Okay. Well, I think you did say that it was, if people couldn't say that they had contributed on a major project, that they ought to be fired, right?
That was not my statement.
Okay. Something along those lines, it caused you to fire people, is that right?
Something along those lines.
Okay, something along those lines. Why don't you tell us, actually? Tell us again.
Yes. So he asked us to prepare a spreadsheet of all the people at OpenAI and a major contribution for each. After reviewing it, he said, I'm going to ask you to do this again in a quarter, and either the people who are on the list without a contribution by their name will have one, or they should be exited.
Okay. So he was demanding that people either make contributions or leave, right? I mean, that's exactly what you just said.
He demanded that in the next 3 months, that all these people needed to have a major contribution or be fired.
Okay. Isn't that what you want from a workforce? People to make major contributions to the work that is being done?
I actually think that there was wisdom in the underlying idea, if not the actual execution.
So the wisdom was what came from Mr. Musk, right?
I think that both came from Mr. Musk.
Well, you were the president of OpenAI at the time, right?
No.
What was your title?
Chief Technology Officer.
Okay. And you were, senior person there, though, right? Tasked with this, correct?
Certainly.
And you managed people at OpenAI, right?
Yes.
And it was up to you to fire them, right?
Up to me, Ilya, and Erica to do so, yes.
You, Ilya, and who was the third one?
Erica Reinhardt.
Okay. So it was you that was executing on Mr. Musk's direction to have people perform or be out.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Say yes or no, sir.
I said yes several times.
And you yourself have been criticized resoundingly, in fact, in the press, for being a terrible manager yourself, right?
No.
You've never been criticized in the press for being a bad manager.
Objection to your, I'll sustain us to the form. It's a better question.
Okay.
There certainly have been.
Pending. Need a question.
What criticisms have there been, sir?
Do you want me to list off?
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay. Asking about press reports.
Sustained us to the form of the question.
Okay. You don't disagree with me that your performance as a manager has been resoundingly criticized by OpenAI employees?
I certainly disagree with that characterization.
Jack,
yes.
wasn't there a memorandum prepared by...
This is hearsay.
I'm sorry?
Oh,
Okay. There was a memorandum prepared that was highly critical of you prior to the time that you were removed from the board, right?
That is your characterization.
Well, there was a let's not characterize it. Let's just say there was a memorandum prepared that addressed your performance at OpenAI shortly before the time that you were fired from the board, right?
Once again, I'm not sure if that is an accurate characterization.
Was there a memorandum prepared?
A memorandum was prepared.
And Ilya Sutskever prepared the memorandum?
That is my
And
understanding.
the memorandum contained information about other employees' views of you as a manager?
I think it contains certain selected views or events.
As a manager.
I am not certain how to characterize it.
But we are sure on this one thing, right? That the memorandum was prepared, and shortly after the memorandum was prepared, you were removed from the board, right?
That is my understanding.
Okay. You don't disagree that it's the right thing to encourage high performance from employees, do you?
I think that's important.
Good. Sam Altman, I want to ask you about him. You said that Sam Altman wanted to be the CEO of the discussions around the for-profit that would fund the nonprofit in 2018, right?
That question has false assumptions baked into it. I don't know how to answer it.
You testified yesterday, you testified today, quote, Sam wanted to be CEO, right?
Did I say those words?
Yes, you did.
So the specific thing is, ultimately, Sam did conclude that if he was going to do it, that he would want to be CEO, yes.
Okay. And when you were having these conversations in 2017, actually extended into 2018, about how to fund the nonprofit, Sam Altman was part of those discussions, you said, right?
Again, false assumption baked into the question.
When you were having the 2018, 17 and 18 discussions about OpenAI, how to fund the nonprofit, right? How to fund the mission, Sam Altman was part of the discussions, correct?
Action. Overruled.
Same false assumption baked in.
A false assumption. You testified that the discussions were about how to raise the money that was necessary to fulfill the mission of the nonprofit.
That part I actually agree with, but that is different from saying that the money was to fund the nonprofit. Different things.
The nonprofit was all that was there at the time, right?
It is true that the nonprofit is all that was there at the time.
Nonprofit had the employees, right?
That is where people were employed.
The nonprofit had the intellectual property, right?
That is also true.
The nonprofit is where the work to build or safe AGI that would be open source for the benefit of humanity. That's where the work was being done, right?
False assumptions once again.
Are you doing work to benefit humanity, to work toward the creation of AGI on an open source basis?
The open source basis is the part that I'm objecting to.
Okay. That's where the work was being done in the nonprofit, right?
The only entity we had at the time was a nonprofit.
Okay. So that when you had the discussions about the need for more money for compute and to pay more employees, those discussions were about how you furthered the mission of the nonprofit, right?
Absolutely, how we further the mission.
Okay.
That was our goal.
And one of the ideas was to create a for-profit entity that would support the nonprofit, right?
The support the nonprofit part, I don't understand.
Yeah, it's called, here's the mission. We need further money to support the mission. One way we're going to do it is to create a for-profit entity that will support the mission, right?
Absolutely, support the mission.
Okay.
We are in agreement.
And the mission was the mission of the nonprofit because there was nothing other than the nonprofit at that time.
I would say it was a personal mission. It was reified in the nonprofit, and I think it is reified in the for-profit today.
Your personal mission?
I think this is something I believe in a lot.
Yeah. Well, you told the IRS and you told other government authorities and you told the world that this was a nonprofit that was out there with, as you put it, a fiduciary duty to humanity, didn't you?
This is true of, OpenAI Foundation is a nonprofit.
Right. And that's what you were seeking to fund, the work of the nonprofit.
Is this a question?
It is.
It is.
Okay. We sought to fund work to advance the mission. That I agree with.
The mission, sir, the only mission is the mission that was set forth in the charter. In fact, here, let me show you. We put up, this was admitted into evidence yesterday. Plaintiff's Exhibit 16. Okay, this is the Delaware Articles of Incorporation. It's the only entity that existed at the time. The corporation shall be a non-profit corporation organized exclusively for charitable and or educational purposes within the meaning of Section 501C of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended, or corresponding provisions of any future internal revenue law. Did I get the sentence right?
Sounds right.
I know. And then it goes on to say, the specific purpose of the corporation is to provide funding for research, development, and distribution of technology related to artificial intelligence. The resulting technology will benefit the public and the corporation will seek to open source technology for the public benefit when applicable. The corporation is not organized for the private gain of any person. Certificate was filed December 8th of 2015. That's the mission, right? Or were you lying when you submitted this to the government and then said, maybe not these exact same words, but certainly these words in spirit, in general content, and perhaps paraphrasing to the entire world on your announcement and your website?
I think we've been very consistent on the mission. I think it has not changed. I think we pursue it.
As a non-profit, that's what it says, non-profit.
This is the nonprofit. This entity remains a nonprofit. It's the best funded nonprofit in the world. This is one articulation. And to your point, we have had multiple articulations of the same spirit of the mission, but that spirit is consistent through our press. It's even there in the PBC, right? In the for-profit. It is required to balance the mission, and that for-profit is controlled by this nonprofit. Yes.
The conversations in 2017 and 2018 were creating some kind of vehicle or funding the non-profit, right? Not going off and creating something that would allow you to have $30 billion in wealth. By the way, does anything in this statement to Delaware say all of this? I mean, maybe there's another page or paragraph I haven't read that said, this is what the purpose of the corporation is, and also to allow Greg Brockman to have $30 billion. Does it say that somewhere? Did I miss it?
Judge. Sustained argument under.
That's the mission, right? What was reflected here in the Delaware articles, right?
I would say the mission is ensuring AGI benefits all of humanity. I would say the mission is ensuring artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity. Yes.
You remain close to Sam Altman throughout those discussions in 2017 and 2018?
I would say yes, with some nuance.
You communicated with him regularly?
Yes.
By text?
Yes.
By phone?
Yes.
By email?
Yes.
Was what was going on at OpenAI important to Sam Altman?
I would say so.
As far as you could see?
Yes.
Was it important to you?
What was going on at OpenAI? Certainly.
Okay. And you discussed anything that was important that was going on regarding those 2017, 2018 discussions with Sam Altman, is that right?
I wouldn't say necessarily exhaustively.
Well, anything that was important you discussed with him, didn't you?
Again, seems like a pretty broad statement.
Well, it is a broad statement. It's a statement that says important, okay? What do you consider important? If you considered it important, you talked to Sam Altman about it, didn't you?
Again, I just think that is too broad of a statement for me to say affirmatively yes.
Well, certainly anything about potential funding you discussed with Sam Altman, didn't you?
Once again, the anything is doing too much work there. Certainly, I'd say a lot of things.
There's something specific that you can think of that you didn't discuss with him?
No, nothing specific, but I would not be surprised if there were certain things, and not intentionally, but just there's a lot going on.
If it was a major thing being discussed about how to create funding, you discussed it with Sam Altman, right?
I stand by my testimony.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, sir. You and Sam Altman both cared about OpenAI, as far as you knew, right?
Yes.
You were both in discussions with Yulia Sutskever and Elon Musk about how to create funding to further the mission that it was reflected in the nonprofit, right?
Actually, I think that's a phrasing that we can both agree to. I believe so.
Good. I'm glad we can agree. And so if it was of significance to those discussions, you discussed it with Sam Altman, didn't you?
I still stand by my earlier testimony.
No, I don't care what your earlier testimony is. I want to answer my question.
Oh, well, he's not.
Answer my question.
I do not believe that I would have talked about every single thing of importance. I believe it's possible I did. I cannot think of an instance where I did not, but I am not saying that I endeavored to ensure that every single thing was communicated.
Right. If it was a significant discussion about a proposal to move forward, you discussed it with Sam Altman, didn't you?
Maybe I can just say I would endeavor generally to keep Sam in the loop on important things that were happening.
Is there a reason you wouldn't keep him in the loop?
No.
Let me ask you about that board in November of 2023. The people that were on that board, how long had you known them?
Depends on the person.
Okay. What's the longest you knew any member of that board?
I suppose, I think it'd be Adam, who I think I knew for maybe a decade or something.
Okay. What was the least amount of time you knew any of those board members?
Probably several years.
How many board meetings had you attended with them?
Many.
What does many mean?
Probably we did a quarterly board meeting. So, probably 10 or more.
Did you communicate with these board members apart from the board meetings?
Sometimes.
Was there a board member you can think of that you didn't communicate with ever besides the board meetings?
No.
Did you serve on any committees of the board with any of the other board members?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever suggest to anyone that a board member be removed prior to November of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Which board member?
I believe that I stated support for either removal or recusal from certain things for Adam D'Angelo.
Okay. Other than Adam D'Angelo, was there a board member that you sought to have removed?
I believe that for Helen Toner, there was discussion of removing her, and I likely expressed support. For Helen Toner, there was discussion of removal, for which I would have expressed support.
Okay. And you supported the idea of Adam D'Angelo. Excuse me, let me ask a different question. Did I understand your answer to be that you thought he should be recused from certain decisions? Maybe I misunderstood.
I said either removal or recusal of certain specific decisions or discussions.
And why was that?
Because Quora, the company that he ran, had created a chatbot system called Poe, building on our technology. And I was worried that the competitive dynamic between that and ChatGPT would lead to, certain things that shouldn't be, basically competitively sensitive info should not be shared.
Okay. But it was determined that he could stay on the board.
I'm not sure if there was a specific determination, but he did stay on the board.
All right. And he's a friend of yours.
I would say we were friendly, yes.
Okay. You testified that you bought or invested in Cerebras in March of 2017, right?
That is my understanding.
And you didn't disclose your interest in Cerebras until July of 2017 at the earliest, according to your testimony, right?
Objection. Oh, well, he can answer.
My statement is certainly at the latest that it was discussed with Shivon in July. It's possible it was discussed earlier because I know we talked about Cerebras with Elon at the SpaceX offsite that we did in early March before the investment had happened. And I don't know if we would have talked about it then or not.
Well, yesterday you didn't say that you discussed it with Elon.
What was I asked?
Yes.
Sorry, discussed Cerebras, not necessarily the Cerebras investment.
Oh, your Cerebras investment. So you were talking up Cerebras to Elon without telling him that you had invested.
No, my statement was we were talking about hardware. We were talking about roadmap. We were talking about exciting things. I don't believe I was invested in Cerebras at that point. Okay. It is possible that we were considering it. It's possible we even mentioned it. Again, the focus was always on how do we get the compute necessary for the mission.
Okay. This is a convenient point, Your Honor, if it's convenient for you.
That's fine. All right, so we'll go ahead and stand in recess for 20 minutes. I want to remind the jurors that I have been receiving your questions, and I have been sharing those with lawyers. And the lawyers, I can tell you, as I'm tracking them, have been trying to incorporate those questions into their own examinations. So to the extent that I decide that any balance should be asked, I'll ask them. But just want to make sure that you understood that we were receiving them and I was transmitting that information. And ultimately, it's my decision as to whether or not these things get asked if I'm hold against the law. Okay. All right. So we'll stand in recess for the jury for 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Erica, it's with a K. R-I-K, R-I-K. Reinhardt. R-I-N-H-A-R.
Mr. Cry. Mr. Cry. Mr. Cry. Your colleague has less than a minute. Where is he?
Pachoki. P-A-C-H-O-C-K-I. Yeah, Shimon. Shimon, so it's S-Z-Y-M-O-N. Sidor, S-I-D-O-R. Rafal Cephalowitz is the other one I mentioned at one point. It's Rafal, so it's R-A-F-A-L. And then Cephalowitz, which is J-O-S. Oh man, this one's getting hard. J-O-S-E-F-O-W-I-C-E, I believe.
Let's get the jury ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Three minutes and is ready. Wait a minute. Okay. You may proceed.
Checking, 1, 2.
Okay, let's test. Is that better? Is that better? Okay, great. You may proceed.
I believe that you testified, and I'm paraphrasing now, that Mr. Musk was mean to you in the negotiations over the creation of the for-profit that would fund the nonprofit mission, right?
Again, false assumptions baked into there, and that is not how I characterize it. No. I'd say false statements baked into that, and not how I'd characterize it. No.
Am I right, though, that you believe that Mr. Musk felt that he had to have total control over this for-profit that was going to be created? Is that right?
Statement was unilateral, absolute control at the outset, yes.
Unilateral, actual control. That's what you said?
I used the word absolute.
Absolute control. Unilateral, absolute control. Is that right?
That is where we ended up, yes.
And that he was being a real hardhead to you in these negotiations. Is that a fair characterization?
That's your characterization, not mine.
Okay, what is your characterization?
Look, these were deeply personal conversations. So I think we actually had many heart-to-hearts. So it was a little less about the words you're using. And I think this was about honestly trying to figure out what was important to him and him communicating that to us, and even him settling it for himself.
Deeply personal, or for you perhaps, but you'd never created a business before, had you?
I think it was deeply personal for all of us.
No, that wasn't my question, sir. My question was deeply personal for you, but you had never created a business before, had you?
I had never started a major company before, no.
And Mr. Musk had done that numerous times before you were in these negotiations with him, right?
Certainly.
You weren't familiar with issues of corporate governance, were you?
I was certainly learning a lot.
The question was, you weren't familiar with issues of corporate governance at this time, were you?
I just think that's an overstatement for me to agree. And yeah, it's just an overstatement.
Overstatement. Okay. I'm going to go to Plaintiff's Exhibit 156, which I believe, is this also a defense exhibit shown? Is this also a defense exhibit that was shown 156 today?
Yes.
Okay. Whether it was or wasn't, it was shown to Mr. Musk, and it's in evidence. Exhibit 156. This is September 13th, 2017 email. And this is from Elon Musk to Ilya Sutskever, and copies you in subject's current state, or it's normal. If you read this, the beginning, he says, sounds good. 3 common seats to you, Greg and Sam, should be elected by common shareholders. They will be de facto yours, right?
There are more words after that, but yes.
There are more words, but it says those words, doesn't it?
It says those words.
Okay. And then he says, but in the likely event that you lose faith of a huge percentage of the common stockholders, not you losing faith, but the common stockholders losing faith over time. I'm sorry, I was talking too fast. All right. If in the event that you lose faith of a huge percentage of common stockholders over time, step away from the company by choice. So the very first paragraph here, and this is September 13th of 2017, he's explaining to you that you would have 3 board seats on the board of directors, right?
It says the 3 common stock seats.
Did you understand that? Do you understand what it means to be on the board of a company?
I do.
Did you at that time?
I believe so, yes.
Board of directors do.
Board of directors hires and fires the CEO, ultimately, approves major transactions, things like that. But it is the ultimate power in a company.
The ultimate power in the company is the board of directors, okay? And then he says, I preferred a investment round. Supermajority, me, should have the right to appoint 4, not 3 seats. I would not expect to appoint them immediately, but like I said, I would unequivocally have the initial control of the company, but this would change quickly. Remember he said that? This will change quickly?
He certainly said it.
And that was something that he said to you in conversation as well as in this email, right?
He certainly said it.
And his statement then goes on to say the rough target would be to get a 12-person board, probably more like 16, if this board really ends up deciding the fate of the world. This board ends up deciding the fate of the world. That's what it says, right?
I see those words.
Where each board member has a deep understanding of technology, at least a basic understanding of AI, and a strong and sensible morals, right? And then he says, apart from the Series A4 and Common 3, there would likely be a board member with each new lead investor ally. However, the specific individual new board members can only be added if all but one existing board members agrees. Same for removing board members. He's talking about a process, isn't he, for adding to the board?
He says that new board members can only be added if all but one existing board member agrees.
It's a process, isn't it?
I suppose you could call it that, yes.
Well, it's not his unilateral control, is it?
Certainly says that he would not be able to, so specific process for individual new board members, individual new board members can only be added if all but one existing board members agrees. So it would not be possible to add new board members if he did not agree.
He, in the previous paragraph, talks about the 12-person board and likely 16 if the board really ends up deciding the fate of the world, right?
I see those words.
It would be a 16-person board, right?
That was, sorry, what is the question?
The question is, he anticipates there being a 16-person board for this new corporation, correct?
Not what we're signing up for, no.
It isn't what I asked you. I didn't ask you what you were signing up for. I asked you what Mr. Musk was proposing to you in this email.
He was proposing a hypothetical future state.
Well, you were all talking about hypothetical future states. That's what the whole process was, these discussions, wasn't it?
I would not agree with that characterization, no.
You would not agree, but you were proposing ideas?
Certainly.
That wasn't a hypothetical future state?
So this email has 2 parts?
We're not talking about 2 parts. I'm just asking you, were you proposing, because you answer my questions, were you proposing a hypothetical future state?
Again, that's a broad characterization, so I'm not sure how to apply it to
you weren't answering your lawyer's questions. Had you practiced those?
Had I spent time prepping with my lawyer?
No, had you practiced the questions? That's what I'm asking you.
I think these questions today were quite different from ones that we had practiced with.
Okay, so you practiced others, okay.
I certainly had spent time with my lawyers.
So then if we can go down, there will also be independent. So we want to add who aren't associated with an investor, same rules apply, require all but one of the existing directors. Now, in the next paragraph, he says, I'm super tired and don't want to overcomplicate things, but this seems approximately right. At the 16-person board level, we would have 7/16 votes, and I'd have a 25% influence? Is a 25%, I know you're an engineer, is a 25% influence absolute and total control?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And he says that would be my minimum level. That sounds about right to me. If everyone else we ask to join our board is truly against us, we should probably lose. So he is saying here that he's willing to accept that if the other board members are against him, he's willing to be out, right?
He's certainly saying that.
Okay. And then as you see, he reads on, as I mentioned, my experience with boards, assuming that they consist of good, smart people, I'm sorry. Based upon my experience with boards, assuming they consist of good, smart people, is that they are rational and reasonable. There's basically never a real hard battle or an individual board vote is pivotal. No. So this is almost certainly, sure hope so, going to be a moot point. And then at the end, okay, end of the email, why don't you read it to the jury? That last paragraph that says, as a closing note.
As a closing note, I've been really impressed with the quality of discussion with you guys on the equity and board stuff. I have a really good feeling about this.
The man that you're saying was wanted to be the AI tyrant and have absolute and total control, right?
I don't think that those are my words, no.
What are your words? I'm characterizing. That's how you felt, right? That's what you told us.
Again, I would not characterize it that way.
He didn't want absolute and total control. He wanted a board, and he wanted things to be conducted in a way that you're familiar with because you didn't have the experience in corporate governance, did you?
There was a lot of things in that question. I'm not sure how to answer it.
The question is, you didn't have the experience in corporate governance that Elon Musk did he?
Certainly, we had different levels of corporate governance experience.
Essentially none, right?
Again, I think that may be an overstatement, but
Not by much, right?
definitely this was something I was new to.
Okay. And because you were new to it, you didn't understand. He was telling you, I don't want total control. I'm willing to leave this to a board, and I will let the board and the shareholders vote me out.
I understood exactly what he was saying.
Well, then you didn't, if you did, you don't understand what absolute unfettered total control means, or the words that you were using to express that sentiment about his purported desire over AI or AGI.
We've been very precise on the meaning. It was, if we're going to sign up for a world where he could choose to keep the power, where him giving up the power would require him to consent, that is the world that we could not sign up for. Not a statement of his intentions, even if he had the best intentions at the time.
He was providing 100% of the funding, wasn't he?
No.
At that point, he was?
No.
At that point, for this for-profit, were you going to put him?
Actually, I don't know for this specific proposal what was allowed. There were various versions where I was permitted to put in investment.
Did you?
I don't understand the question.
Did you ever put in a nickel in the investing in a for-profit entity? This one wasn't created. So you know what? Let me withdraw the question. We heard your testimony yesterday about your investments and the entities that you work for. Let me direct your attention to an email that your lawyer put up, Defendant's Exhibit 532. And you talk about, it's an email that you're reporting a conversation that you had. You're reporting it to Mr. Musk. Said Google's policy people want to speak with me. Sounds like they're afraid that we're going to attack them in the media and pressure them to release data or models. And then you say, I plan to say that I can't see why we would do that. Our mission is to maximally benefit the world. We don't have a problem with people keeping things proprietary. It's fine to make money off this stuff, and we may even generate revenue ourselves a day. Let me know if you have alternative thoughts. You're not suggesting, and Mr. Musk, answers, whoa, that's really interesting. Who called from Google? You're not suggesting that his response somehow says that he was not in favor of open sourcing, did you? Is that what you were trying to suggest when your lawyer asked you those questions?
I don't think I was trying to suggest anything.
Okay, because he never said that everything could absolutely be open sourced in every possible way, did he?
No.
Can we put up Exhibit 161 again, please, which is as part of your diary or your journal, whichever phrase you're using to describe it. We know what we're talking about, right? Your notes, your diary. It's Exhibit 161, page 3. By the way, there were a total of 460 pages of that journal produced to us. Are you aware of that? 460 pages, correct?
I don't know the exact number.
Do you disagree that it was around 460?
I certainly believe it.
Okay. The passage about morally bankrupt that was highlighted, can we please put that up? Make it bigger. Can we please? Morally bankrupt. Let me just ask you, you testified, if you can put it up, fine, but if not, that's fine. You testified that the passage where you said it would be morally bankrupt, right? And it was obvious from the reading yesterday that you were talking about it be morally bankrupt to steal the nonprofit from Elon, morally bankrupt to steal the nonprofit from Elon Musk. But you testified today that you thought that what you really meant would be that it would be morally bankrupt to remove Elon Musk from the board. Is that right?
You can answer that.
So my statement is that, and it might be nice to actually be able to read the exact statement. So
I agree, but we're having a problem.
Okay. Should we wait for it?
Can you not answer that?
No, I'm happy to answer it. My statement was, if we were to vote to remove Elon from the board and then go create our own B Corp, that was the part that felt morally bankrupt.
And that okay, so you say to convert to a B Corp without him, let it be pretty morally bankrupt, and he's really not an idiot. And I asked you all about that yesterday. But today you told your lawyer that that it was this voting to remove him from the board that would be morally bankrupt, right?
I see no inconsistency.
Okay. You see, okay. There are no emails or texts about removing Elon Musk from the board with you and any board members, are there?
No.
Okay. In fact, there are no emails or texts with you, Sam Altman, or Ilya Sutskever about removing Elon Musk from the board, are there?
I'm not aware of it.
That's why, and so this statement that you're giving us today about the morally bankrupt refers to removing Elon from the board. It's just an after the fact manufactured excuse, isn't it, for the very honest emotion that you expressed in the journal at the time?
I feel it is written in this very journal entry at least once, maybe multiple times. That's my memory. Could be wrong, but I believe so.
By the way, we talked about funding. You talked about all these issues about Elon stopping funding and things like this in 2017, 2018. He continued to fund OpenAI, the nonprofit whose mission you committed to, until September of 2020, correct?
I was always confused as to why he continued the rent payments. I was unsure if he actually was aware. I think I was not aware until later.
That's my question, sir. My question isn't whether you were confused. I don't believe you are. But the question isn't whether you were confused. The question is, did he continue to fund OpenAI, the nonprofit whose mission you committed to, until September of 2020?
Again, false statements baked into the question.
Did he continue to fund until September of 2020?
He continued to provide the rent payments through then, yes.
That was, in fact, a quarter of his contributions, or more than a quarter of his contributions, came after he had stopped the quarterly payments, weren't there?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to your diary, your journal, excuse me. This was an exhibit that your lawyer showed you, which is Plaintiff's Exhibit 154. We could put it up, please. Okay, can we go to the passage that was shown on the page with the base number 06? At the bottom, it says Elon need to understand. Yeah, so the last paragraph, your lawyer showed you this, where it said Elon need to understand B Corp situation. Ilya, I have some thoughts. One idea, keep nonprofit and have C Corp, but I find this approach less appealing because in some sense, C Corp not beholden. One formulation, mission is to minimize X risk by building friendly AGI. Could be a good way to go, like it more an entity beholden to the mission. Your lawyer left out this next part, right? Where it says,
Object, Your Honor.
where it says, Elon,
This is an evidence. This is an evidence.
Objecting to the representation that what the lawyer did.
well, your lawyer didn't ask you about the next part. How's that? That's a fact.
All right, keep going.
Elon agrees, does sound better. The B Corp until Sam brought it up. It does sound like the right move. Would shut down the nonprofit should still exist in some form, right?
Yes.
Because that was important to him, right?
I don't know Elon's mind.
Well, you certainly saw his actions and heard his words, right?
I heard his words, yes.
From that, you knew it was important to him, right?
Again, I just don't know his mind.
Okay. Well, you committed to you committed to Elon Musk that OpenAI would remain. There would be an OpenAI nonprofit that would be funded by the for-profit, didn't you?
No.
Okay. So, excuse me. You posted an announcement on OpenAI's website that stated that OpenAI is a quote. Can we put up Exhibit 17, please? OpenAI is a nonprofit artificial intelligence research company with the goal of advancing digital intelligence in a way that is most likely to benefit humanity as a whole, right?
There are more words, but yes.
Did Elon Musk draft that language for the announcement of the OpenAI nonprofit?
Yeah, he drafted a lot of it. I think I made some small edits as well.
So that had your hand as well.
Had my hand, had Elon's hand.
There's Exhibit 17, which is stipulated admissible by the parties. In this email, Sam Altman on December 8th of 2015 has subject thoughts from Elon. And he goes on to say, and these are the thoughts from Elon, right? OpenAI is nonprofit artificial intelligence research company with the goal likely to benefit humanity as a whole when encumbered by an obligation to generate a financial return. And then it goes on about disseminating technology as broadly as possible. It doesn't say unlimited. Sure, it wasn't a very good one. The second paragraph doesn't say unlimited dissemination of technology. It says as broadly as possible, right?
I see the words as broadly as possible, yes.
Yeah. And you didn't quarrel with that, did you?
I think we actually ended up with a slightly different framing that included a provision for safety, and then he asked us to take it out. Yes.
In January of 2018, you told Elon Musk that OpenAI must try to do its best to remain a nonprofit, right?
I believe I said to maintain the moral high ground that we must do that.
So this is January of 2018. This is after these September conversations where he tells you to either commit to the nonprofit or do something else, right?
Many things had happened during that time.
So I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 164. And this is an email that you send to him. Our biggest tool is the moral high ground to try our best to remain a nonprofit.
You skipped some words as well.
Try our best to remain a nonprofit. Did I leave out any words there?
To retain this, we must.
Okay, to retain this, we must try our best to remain a nonprofit. AI is going to shake up the fabric of society, and our fiduciary duty should be to humanity, right?
Yes.
Excuse me 1 second. One moment. In your testimony, you said that that Mr. Musk actually wanted to shut down the nonprofit and create a for-profit in 2017. Is that right?
I don't know that I said that.
We were asked in August and September of 2017, did you discuss with Mr. Musk the idea of creating an OpenAI for-profit extensively? Also, were those discussions about a small adjunct to the nonprofit? No. What, if anything, did Mr. Musk say about a small adjunct for-profit in 2017? Answer, I literally never heard those words really until beginning of this trial. He didn't use the words adjunct, right?
No.
It's a word your lawyers came up with?
Isn't it a word that you've been using?
No, I wasn't using the word adjunct. Your lawyers were.
Objection. Sustained as to the form.
He was talking about creating a for-profit that would fund the nonprofit, though, right? He was talking about creating a for-profit that would fund the nonprofit.
Well, once again, I have not heard this formulation, I think, before this trial.
Before this trial, did you think it was just okay to take the assets of the of the nonprofit and create a for-profit for which you would put in no money and walk away with $30 billion?
There's no taking of assets. There's exchange for fair value, and that the nonprofit now has like $150, $200 billion worth of equity value.
Go back to your diary, exhibit 154. These are notes of a September 12th call you had with Elon Musk. And in it, here we go, please, to the highlighted portion on page 5. This is page 7 that's up. Right before the redacted. And you quote him as saying, Elon, not looking for awards, praise, anything else. My reasons for doing this are because my number one thing keeping me awake at night is AGI. What the fuck are we going to do? His word, not mine, excuse me. Sure hope this ends up mitigating that. Number one buzzkill in life. Don't want any awards, anything, nothing. Saudis offered $1 million to fly there and win some any award. If there's anything you can think of that diminishes me and highlights, that diminishes me, and if there's anything you can think of that diminishes me and Andy, highlights. Remember, he said that to you on September 12th.
Sorry, I think the reporter was asking for, it was some and the award. But, and yes, these are, again, obviously a summary or real-time transcript of words he said.
Now on page 7, there's a passage where he says, it says, Elon agrees, does sound better. Never even heard of a B Corp until Sam brought it up. It does sound like right move. Would not shut down the nonprofit, right?
Should still exist in some form, yes.
The nonprofit was what was important to him, correct?
Still don't know his mind.
You were told by Mr. Musk in September of 2013, after you had these conversations about forming this for-profit as a means of funding the nonprofit, that you either had to commit to the nonprofit or go do something else because he wasn't going to provide you with free startup money. Do you remember that? I can bring up the email again. In fact, why don't we? So that there's no question, because Mr. Brockman was worse to be precise, and I don't blame him for that.
There was a false statement in your question.
We're not going to even have to get there, because I'm going to show you exactly what the email said. Bring it up. I just want to be absolutely clear. You and I have no disagreement on this. This is what these words say. 20th of September, 2017, after he explained to you how the board process would work, he would not be a person with total absolute control. Says, guys, I've had enough. This is the final straw. Either go do something on your own or continue with OpenAI as a nonprofit. I will no longer fund OpenAI until you have made a firm commitment to stay, or I'm just being a fool who is essentially providing free funding for you to create a startup. See that?
I see those words.
And
There was
that's
a
what you got
statement
that
in
email.
your previous.
My question was, do you see that? That's my question. Do you see that?
And so the preceding step does not count as part of the question.
I-
There's false statements there.
So let me, real simple, Mr. Brockman. He asked you, did you see it? You see it?
Yes.
That's the answer. Focus on the question.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you remember receiving this email at the time?
Yes.
And after you received the email, you assured him that you would continue with the nonprofit.
I would not say so.
You continued to behave in a way that indicated that you were pursuing the nonprofit. You continued to raise money. You met with him. You wrote about it in your journal, right?
Continue to work on the nonprofit, raise money.
And you told Shivon Zilis that you were going to continue with the nonprofit.
We said we were going to keep working on the nonprofit, did not make a firm commitment.
So you were just going to do it and not make a firm commitment. He tells you, even go do something on your own. It's choice one, right? Choice one, go do something on your own. Choice two, or continue with OpenAI as a non-profit. You see that?
I see
It
those.
wasn't like choice 3 or 4 or 5. Those were the two choices.
It changed after this email.
Those were the two choices, weren't they?
In this email, yes.
You continued to work on the nonprofit.
We continued to do work on the nonprofit.
Remember that Sam Altman emailed the very next day and said, I'm committed to the nonprofit.
Objection.
Remember that?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you if he did?
Yes.
Can we bring up the that's fine. We don't have to spend time on it. The intellectual property that formed the basis of all of those things on that green and black screen and thing that you showed everybody about the progress that you made at OpenAI.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember what exhibit it is, but it was a chart that showed different things that you had done. And that was the work of OpenAI, the scientific work, right?
There were, I'd say there were a lot of scientific milestones. There were a lot of scientific milestones that we pursued, yes.
Of the for-profit, right?
Yes, I believe that was primarily what it was about.
You had transferred all of the intellectual property from the nonprofit to the for-profit, and that was at least the foundation of that work, wasn't it?
I think that we had transferred for fair value
My question wasn't my question, sir. My question is the intellectual property that was the property of the nonprofit. You transferred to the for-profit, and that was the foundation of the advances that you described in that green and black chart.
There's a lot of pieces to that question, so I'm uncertain whether to say yes or no.
Okay. You transferred the intellectual property for a reason, right?
Yes.
I mean, if it was worthless, you wouldn't have just left it there, right?
I think yes. I'm not sure exactly, but the IP had value. Yes.
Okay. And the value of it was that it became the foundation of further scientific research, right?
I think it was a piece of what we built on, but we created a lot.
And you're familiar with licensing agreements?
I am.
You could have licensed, the nonprofit could have kept the intellectual property and licensed it to the for-profit, couldn't it have?
I'm actually not sure exactly how this transfer was implemented. I'm not certain how it was implemented.
Well, you talked about licensing before. in your testimony from your lawyer, right? You understand that it could have been licensed, right?
As I said, I'm not certain how this transfer was implemented. I'm not certain it was not licensing. I just don't know.
Did you read the reports of your experts that you hired to testify in this case?
Yes. Overruled.
Not sure.
Okay. Did you read any of the experts talking about the potential for licensing rather than selling?
That does not ring a bell.
1 minute. You testified yesterday about activity that was going on in the nonprofit, right?
Yes.
You testified about good things they were doing here in the Bay Area and elsewhere in the country, right?
I'm not sure if I said specific locations, but yes.
And you talked about there being an employee transferred over from the for-profit to the nonprofit, right?
I'm not sure if I would use that specific word, but yes, I talked about Wojciech working there.
And you talked about them hiring an employee, is that right?
I'm not sure what I said specifically.
Okay. That activity only occurred after November of this past year. You're aware of that, aren't you?
I believe that's true.
And that was so that you could say at this trial that the nonprofit was actually doing something as opposed to just holding the money that it had, right?
No, the nonprofit had no access to liquidity before we completed the recapitalization, which I think was November.
It had no employees, right? It had some part-time employees.
It had no access to money, like it had no access to liquidity on its massive position because of the way we had implemented the previous structure.
Well, you had $30 billion. Couldn't you have given the nonprofit some money to carry out its nonprofit activities if the mission was so important to you?
The mission is something we've been pursuing in the for-profit, and that is something I put.
That's my question.
Is the question, could I donate?
My question is, you had $30 billion. Rather than let the nonprofit sit there and do nothing, which is what it was doing before it became clear we were going to trial, you could have given it some money so it could carry out some activities, couldn't you have?
It is certainly possible for me to donate to the nonprofit.
But you didn't, did you?
I did not donate cash to the nonprofit, no.
You didn't donate anything to the nonprofit to let it carry out its activities.
Once again, I'm not sure how to answer that question.
I'm sure you're not. You testified that you and these others had really, am I correct in understanding your testimony this morning, that you and these other folks that you mentioned, Ilya and some of the others who are, I'm sure, very qualified and sound in their work, you were really the core of OpenAI, and Elon didn't really have much to do with it. Is that right?
I don't think that's my characterization.
Okay. Well, I know he wasn't in the van with you guys, stalled on the highway, on the freeway, but it was instrumental in founding and kickstarting and getting off the ground OpenAI, wasn't he?
I don't know if I would use that word.
In fact, without Elon Musk, there would be no OpenAI. Provided the predominant funding, he provided the vision, he recruited, even though you tried to diminish that. He did those things, right?
I only stated facts, and I'm deeply grateful for his contributions.
Can we put up Exhibit 99 again, please? This was the email that I showed you yesterday, dated January 1st of 2018, in which you say it's an honor to work alongside Elon Musk and talk about the contributions that he's made to you and that you're grateful and humbled that he sees potential in Ilya and you. Were you lying when you sent him this email?
No, absolutely true.
Well, your diaries said some other things at the time, right?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Examination limited to the scope.
Hello again, Mr. Brockman.
Look,
Mr. Mueller was asking you some questions about your consideration of firing Mr. Musk from the board. Do you remember that?
for voting to remove him from the board, yes.
And he asked you to agree that this was a story you made up after the fact to explain your journal entry. Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
I'd like to pull up PX 161 again. And focus on the first paragraph. This is an entry from November 6, 2017. Is that right, Mr. Brockman?
Yes.
And in this first paragraph, what are you talking about when you're talking about should not be kicking Elon out?
Should not be voting to remove him from the board.
And when was this written?
I mean, this was November 6th of 2017. This was after that, Honest Thoughts email and while we were trying to figure out what to do.
I'd like, Your Honor, I would like to introduce the entry from the day before, November 5th, 2017.
Is it in that exhibit?
Yes, it's exhibit DX 1250.52.
So it's not in that exhibit.
It's not in that exhibit.
You can ask a question.
Mr. Brockman, do you recall writing about
without leading?
Your Honor, Mr. Musk has, or Mr. Molo has suggested that Mr. Brockman had no writings about this, and I think we are permitted now to show that, in fact, he did.
Well, first you have to lay some foundation. What page am I looking at? On 1250.
Looking at the page ending in Bates number 462 is the first place.
All right, where?
Midway down the page.
What are the first few words?
Real decision.
Right, hold on.
And there are a couple of other places on this document.
Page ending 462?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
May I proceed? I'm sorry, I misheard, Corey.
Okay, and what are you seeking to, you can,
Your Honor, we'd like to introduce the document since
you're not going to be able to introduce it, but you can refresh his memory about what he wrote.
Mr. Brockman, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, my question specifically asked about texts or emails.
You referenced a portion of this diary and what he meant in terms of the diary.
Thank you.
You may approach.
I guess you can use it to refresh my phone.
Right, it doesn't come in.
Mr. Brockman, looking at this diary entry from November 5th, 2017, does that refresh your recollection about other writings concerning firing Elon?
Yes.
That's not exactly how you do it.
Well, Your Honor,
what is the question? You don't get the writing in. Okay, it is hearsay. You have your witness on the stand. He gets to have the writing in because, and it's a.
Your Honor, I think this is admissible as a prior consistent statement to rebut a claim of recent fabrication. That's what this is. There was a claim of recent fabrication.
My objection, to be clear, Your Honor, was to texts or emails.
That is not what Mr. Molo said.
Well, we got the transcript right.
I agree with her regarding the claim that you did, in fact, maybe it wasn't this one, it was the prior one, a fabrication. I'll allow it in.
So,
but you're going to have to get this redacted. No, it's not going in this form.
Okay, I'll just have the witness read the key parts, Your Honor, which are directly relevant to this point. Mr. Brockman, could you turn to the page ending in 462 of this entry? And about midway down the page, the exhibit number is 1250.52. What is the line that appears there beginning real decision?
Real decision is fire Elon.
And then I'd like to turn your attention to the next page, 463. And a few lines down, you see a paragraph beginning okay.
Okay, I think, is that the one?
No, okay, so we seem, do you see that?
Okay, so we seem converged on the fire Elon route. Should I keep reading?
No, for these purposes, we can keep it like this and we'll redact appropriately after. Thank you, Mr. Brock. I'd like to pull up PX 157, please, which Mr. Molo just showed you. And Mr. Brockman, you recall Mr. Molo was asking you about the sentence in Mr. Musk's reply referencing a firm commitment to stay. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Was there further discussion of the commitment Mr. Musk was requesting after this email?
Yes.
And what, if any, conditions were discussed in connection with that commitment?
We would have to commit not to quit for 2 years. We'd have to agree to a non-solicit if we were to leave. And then I would have to give Elon 2 additional board seats in the nonprofit.
Did you agree to those conditions?
No.
Did Mr. Musk ever resume his quarterly funding?
No.
I'd like to also take a look, please, at DX 532, which Mr. Molo was showing you. This is the email concerning the Google policy people. You remember this email?
Yes.
At the end of the email, could you just read your last sentence?
Let me know if you have, LMK, which means let me know if you have alternate thoughts.
And what is Mr. Musk's response?
Whoa, that's really interesting. Who called from Google?
Did he ever convey to you any alternate thoughts beyond those that are expressed in the paragraph right before that?
No.
Did you ever, do you recall showing Mr. Musk any open source technology that you developed at OpenAI?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
So our first open source project, this is the first thing we really worked on, was called OpenAI Gym. We're very proud of it, very excited. We asked Elon if he would tweet about it. So Ilya sent him an email. He never replied. He never tweeted.
And did you have further discussions with Mr. Musk about open source technology?
It really was not a focus.
In the course of the 2017 discussions, did you explore with Mr. Musk whether he would commit to relinquishing control?
We did discuss versions of it that involved a commitment to relinquish the control, for there to be an override from the beginning or whatever.
And where did that land in the end?
None of it stuck. The only thing was he would have full initial control, and then it would be up to him to decide when to, if to, diminish.
Did Mr. Musk ever propose a mechanism for guaranteeing that his initial control would be reduced over time?
He had mentioned that there would be one at some point, but it was never turned into something specific and was not really on the table by the end.
And when in the Honest Thoughts email, you raised your objections to control, how did Mr. Musk respond?
He said that he had had enough and discussions were over.
Nothing further.
Microsoft.
Nothing on behalf of Microsoft.
All right. Mr. Molo, anything on those 4 topics? Is there any reason to hold this witness in recall status?
Yes, we do.
All right. You're not, you may step down, but you're not excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Video that I think will fit just in time. We have a video.
Okay. So, members of the jury, part of the evidence that you will hear comes from depositions. You have seen them played with live witnesses, but you'll also see some portions of deposition testimony played in lieu of live testimony. So a deposition is the sworn testimony of a witness taken before trial. The witness is placed under oath to tell the truth, and the lawyers for each party may ask questions. The questions and answers are recorded. When a person is unavailable to testify at trial, the deposition of that person may be used at trial. Insofar as is possible, you should consider deposition testimony presented to you here in court in lieu of live testimony, in the same way as if the witness had been here present to testify. Okay? So that sounds like this is going to be the last part of this afternoon. It's about 30 minutes or so. You may proceed. He says it's on.
The deponent is Robert Wu as a 30B6 witness for OpenAI Incorporated.
Can we pause that for a minute? Let's try to get the volume louder. It's not very loud. All right, let's try again. Go ahead. And is it Mr. Walton?
I'd like to mark Exhibit 2. Mr. Wu, have you seen this document before?
I have reviewed this document. Yes.
What is it?
This is the Delaware Certificate of Incorporation for OpenAI Inc., filed in December 2015.
Looking at the third article here, about the second sentence. This says, the specific purpose of this corporation is to provide funding for research, development, and distribution of technology related to artificial intelligence. The resulting technology will benefit the public, and the corporation will seek to open source technology for the public benefit when applicable. The corporation is not organized for the private gain of any person. Does this language accurately state OpenAI's mission?
The language in the certificate of incorporation does reflect what was approved by the board at that time as the mission reflected in the Delaware Charter.
Is that still OpenAI's mission today?
The exact language of the mission as stated in the Delaware Charter has changed over time. The mission has not.
Okay, so this will be marked as Exhibit 14, please. This document is dated October 10th, 2018. It is titled Limited Partnership Agreement of OpenAI LP. And the beginning date stamp is OpenAI Musk 000-13411. Mr. Wu, is this OpenAI LP's original limited partnership agreement?
Yes.
Did OpenAI's board vote to approve this agreement?
My understanding is yes, they approved this overall structure and I believe this agreement.
What was the purpose of this agreement?
And my understanding is this was the initial formation of the entity, which would become the for-profit subsidiary of OpenAI Inc.
The chart has an arrow that shows that it has an arrow coming from OpenAI Inc. and the text over the arrow says assets. Does that reflect that assets were transferred from OpenAI Inc. to OpenAI LP?
I can't speak to this specific chart, so this is the first time I've reviewed it. But if you're asking for my view, I would guess that this represents OpenAI Inc.'s contribution into OpenAI LP in exchange for an FCLP interest or a limited partner interest in OpenAI LP.
And that is in fact what happened.
OpenAI Inc. did contribute certain assets in 2019 into OpenAI LP and in exchange and received economic interest in OpenAI LP, both through its first closed limited partnership interest and what we refer to as the residual interest.
What assets did OpenAI Inc. transfer to OpenAI LP in 2019?
OpenAI Inc. primarily contributed IP into OpenAI LP in exchange for the FCLP interest and residual. And also, most employees, I believe, at that time had moved over into OpenAI LP at some point in 2019.
Which intellectual property did OpenAI Inc. transfer to OpenAI LP in 2019?
My understanding is that was substantially all of the IP that was developed at the nonprofit at that point in time was contributed down to OpenAI LP.
What assets were left in OpenAI Inc., if any?
I don't remember, or I don't recall specifics. I think certain employees remained at OpenAI Inc. I think it retained certain IP, including, for example, trademarks to OpenAI, and perhaps there were other assets.
Do you recall how many employees were left with the nonprofit?
I don't recall specifics. I believe most of the researchers and the like had transferred over to OpenAI LP.
Do you know why some employees were left in the nonprofit?
I don't want to speculate. There were, I think, there were activities at the nonprofit level in terms of nonprofit activities, in terms of initiatives and programs that they had in place that they've been appropriate to stay at the nonprofit. And I think there were also employees that had to support administrative functions and operational kind of activities there.
This is the document we looked at very briefly earlier that's titled Amended and Restated Limited Partnership Agreement of OpenAI LP, and it's dated July 2nd, 2019. Take a moment to look at this document if you like, and then will you tell me if this is, in fact, the Amended and Restated Limited Partnership Agreement for OpenAI LP from July 2019?
Yes, based on my review right here, it appears to be the Amended and Restated Limited Partnership Agreement of OpenAI LP, dated July 2nd, 2019.
Did OpenAI's board vote to approve this agreement?
My understanding is yes, the board of directors of OpenAI Inc. did vote to approve this agreement.
What was the purpose of this amended and restated limited partnership agreement?
My understanding is that this was an amendment entered into around the time of when Microsoft made its initial investment into OpenAI LP.
Turning to Schedule A, which begins on the page with date stamp ending 60024. Does this schedule set out the limited partners' capital commitments and target redemption amounts?
Based on my review right now, it does appear that this is a schedule of all the LPs in OpenAI LP.
Finally, at the bottom of this page, there's an entry for Microsoft Corporation. Microsoft invested $1 billion and has a target redemption amount of $20 billion. Did OpenAI understand that Microsoft decided to invest $1 billion in OpenAI because it wanted access to OpenAI's intellectual property?
I can't speak to what the negotiating teams at Microsoft or OpenAI were, what was in their heads at that time. I will say that the investment was part of an important partnership, and there were deal terms that were struck, both a commercial and investment term.
What did OpenAI's board do to evaluate whether a 20x return was reasonable and fair to the nonprofit?
Yeah, I won't speak to the specifics. I would say my understanding is that the board took into consideration, as always, what was in the best interest of the mission, and in taking into consideration all of that, kind of the need for capital to purchase compute, attract talent, ultimately took into account all of those considerations and made a determination that this was a fair deal that was in the best interest of the mission.
I'll now mark Exhibit 17. Mr. Wu, along with the LP agreement that we just looked at, did Microsoft also enter into a joint development and collaboration agreement, or JDCA, with a OpenAI in 2019?
Yes, they entered into a JDCA with both OpenAI Inc. and OpenAI LP.
Is Exhibit 17 a copy of that JDCA?
Yes.
Did OpenAI's board vote on the JDCA?
My understanding is yes, the board approved the JDCA and the LPA.
Under this agreement, did OpenAI agree to use Microsoft as its exclusive supplier of compute?
My understanding is that there were commitments to use Azure and Microsoft Compute for certain things, including API. I can't speak to the specificity of exactly what the exact terms of all that exclusively were.
Mr. Wu, what is this document?
This appears to be the second amended and restated limited partnership agreement of OpenAI LP.
And what's the date on the document?
March 6, 2021.
Under this agreement, did Microsoft agree to invest an additional $2 billion into OpenAI?
Yes, I believe this is the agreement that, or the amendment to the LP that was entered into in connection with Microsoft's investment in 2021.
Did the OpenAI board vote to approve this deal?
I believe, yes, OpenAI's board, OpenAI Inc.'s board voted to approve this deal.
Thank you. You can set that aside. And I will now mark Exhibit 19. Mr. Wu, what is this document?
This appears to be the amended and restated draft of a joint development and collaboration agreement that was entered into effective March 5th, 2021.
In connection with did Microsoft enter into this agreement in connection with its additional $2 billion investment?
Microsoft did enter into this amended and restated JDCA at around the same time as it entered into a limited partnership agreement on March 6, 2021.
Mr. Wu, what is this document?
This appears to be the amended and restated LLC agreement of OpenAI Global LLC, dated January 23rd, 2023.
Under this agreement, was the for-profit entity in OpenAI structure now an LLC?
I don't recall the exact timing of the steps, but my understanding is that OpenAI Global, which was an LLC, became the holding company for the for-profit subsidiary.
Does this schedule reflect that at this point, Microsoft had only contributed $1 billion of that $2 billion commitment?
I believe that's correct, although there's a footnote that says inclusive of funds in the escrow account, which I think gets into a level of detail I'm not going to speak to at this point.
Did Microsoft subsequently contribute the full $2 billion capital commitment?
My understanding is they have committed or contributed the full $2 billion. Although there's, again, some of that is, I believe, without getting into all of the technical details, credit or compute spend of that.
Under the next entry in this schedule reflects that Microsoft made a capital commitment of $10 billion. Is this a new, under this agreement, had Microsoft agreed to contribute an additional $10 billion to OpenAI?
Under this agreement, Microsoft did make an additional capital commitment of $10 billion. Again, I think similar to prior versions of this partnership. A portion of that was actual cash contributed, and a portion of that was for compute.
The target redemption amount for Microsoft's $10 billion investment is $60 billion. Is that a 6 times return on investment?
Correct.
What did the OpenAI board do to determine whether that 6x return was reasonable and fair to the nonprofit?
I think similar to prior investments made by Microsoft and prior investments made by other investors, the board took into consideration first and foremost what was in the best interests of the nonprofit's mission. And they take into consideration that the timing, the partnership with Microsoft, including the commercial agreement, and balancing things like accessibility, made the determination that a 6x return or 6x target redemption amount on capital committed was in the best interest of the mission.
Did the board do any quantitative analysis to determine whether the 6x return was appropriate?
I don't know.
Did the board do any financial modeling to determine whether the 6x return was appropriate?
I don't know about specific financial modeling.
Do you understand that your counsel agreed that you would testify about OpenAI's fixed maximum return and capped profit structures, including the process by which OpenAI determined the profit maximums or cap for those structures?
I do.
But you can't tell me whether the board performed any quantitative analysis at all to determine whether this cap was appropriate.
Yeah. I mean, I could speak to the board having met with management and the team that was negotiating this deal with Microsoft, and they did review the terms, including all of the terms beyond just the investment as well, taking into consideration the compute that was necessary, talent, the state of the company and the industry at that point, and made the determination that this deal was fair and in the best interest of our mission. I can't speak to specific financial modeling or analysis that was done.
And you don't know whether any of that was done?
I know.
You don't know if it did any modeling to determine whether it would have sufficient profits to pay Microsoft that? Objection.
My understanding is that the board would have considered the state of the business at that point, and I think that would have considered the financials and the commercial operations of the for-profit subsidiary and other operational financial metrics. I'm not aware of the specific financial analysis, and I probably can't speak to that level of specificity.
Under this agreement, based on the target redemption amounts in the schedule, how much would the limited partners have to be paid before the nonprofit receives any residual proceeds?
Based on my the napkin math here, appears that the total target reduction amounts for all of the limited partners, including the nonprofit and Microsoft, amounted to $250 billion. And the nonprofit-specific residual interest would not be paid until those target reduction amounts were paid.
Starting in 2025, do the target redemption amounts for the limited partners increase by 20% for each full fiscal year?
Correct. The target redemption amounts increased starting in 2025 for each full fiscal year by 20% for the members.
Did that apply to Microsoft's target redemption amounts?
It did.
And I would like to mark Exhibit 24. Mr. Wu, what is this document?
Appears to be the second amended and restated joint development and collaboration agreement between OpenAI Inc., OpenAI OpCo, Microsoft, dated effective January 23, 2023.
In connection with Microsoft's $10 billion investment, did OpenAI and Microsoft enter into this further amendment to the JDCA?
My understanding is that both the global amended and restated LLC agreement in OpenAI Global and this second amended and restated joint development collaboration agreement were entered into on the same day.
Under this agreement, did OpenAI give Microsoft a license to all of OpenAI's intellectual property except AGI?
Based kind of on a review of this definition of licensed IP and the definitions of IP and technology in this agreement, it does appear that OpenAI Inc., OpCo, licensed all IP and technology as defined in this agreement, excluding only AGI.
Does this agreement provide for a broader IP license than the intellectual property license Microsoft had under the 2021 JDCA that we reviewed?
I can't speak to the specifics of the IP that was included. If you look at the definition of licensed IP and compare it to the definition of licensed IP in the prior iteration of the JDCA, there are, subject to kind of me understanding all of the specific defined terms, does appear that is broader.
Does OpenAI Inc. still have employees today?
I don't believe it has any full-time employees or the board of directors, and Sam is the CEO.
Do any entities besides, which entity employs the majority of OpenAI's employees?
I believe the majority of employees are employed by OpenAI OpCo LLC, OpenAI LLC, or in the case of international employees, international subsidiaries underneath OpenAI.
Was around this time in September 2024, was OpenAI's board considering converting the for-profit subsidiary into an uncapped for-profit structure?
In September 2024 or around that time, there were discussions with the board's independent financial advisors and legal advisors on potential structures and different considerations to put the for-profit entity in the best position to kind of advance the mission. And that includes kind of putting itself in the best position to maintain technical leadership, to attract investors again, to raise the capital needed to purchase compute and attract talent and retain talent, all while ensuring that the mission and the governance structure remain aligned with the mission. And so one of those potential considerations was converting the capital structure of the for-profit subsidiary, which is an LLC, into a more traditional corporate structure that was not a bespoke profit structure, but more of a traditional stock corporation.
Was this new for-profit structure that the board was considering a structure that would not have any cap on its profits?
One of the considerations was converting the LLC waterfall into a more traditional corporate stock ownership capital structure. And in that structure, stock that investors, employees, or others hold would not be subject to a particular cap on profit distributions.
When did OpenAI's board first begin considering a plan to convert the LLC entity into a more traditional corporate stock structure?
I don't have the exact date on when she was discussed, but as kind of mentioned, in April 24, or perhaps it was May 24, when the Mission and Strategy Committee was first formed, one of the areas they worked with advisors on was examining the structure and making sure that OpenAI as an enterprise was best set up for success to advance the mission. I think through many meetings and, of course, many discussions with those advisors and others, over time, one of the options became under consideration was converting that LLC for-profit waterfall into a traditional corporate stock ownership structure. I would say sometime in 2024.
It's now 140. How much more do you have?
Your Honor, I think we have about 5 minutes left, and then I'd like to read into evidence a few paragraphs of the Wu Declaration, but we're happy to continue that tomorrow to be mindful of the jurors' time.
We go the 5 minutes just to get it done? Does that work? 5 minutes? Just the 5 minutes. The other you can do tomorrow.
I'd now like to show you Exhibit 31. Mr. Wu, did you review this document to prepare for your deposition?
I did.
What is it?
This is the watershed MOU entered into between OpenAI and Microsoft, laying out at a high level the governance and capital structure for the proposed recapitalization for-profit subsidiary.
Is it dated September 11, 2025?
It is.
I'd now like to mark Exhibit 32. What is it?
This is the term sheet, the non-binding term sheet outlining the high-level key terms for the Microsoft commercial relationship.
When was this term sheet executed.
I believe it was executed on the same day as watershed MOU.
On page 6 of the document, there is a section 1, licensed IP, which states licensed IP A. The current definition of licensed IP in the JDCA remains unchanged except for the inclusion of AGI and the exclusion of the following. That lists a few things, among other things, AGI research IP.
AGI research IP all separate, or is it one single?
One term, AGI research IP. So under these new terms, would Microsoft now have rights in OpenAI's intellectual property even after OpenAI achieves AGI?
Objection.
I believe under the current proposed construct under the Argos 3 MOU, is that upon there are certain modifications upon a determination of AGI, which Microsoft would not receive certain intellectual property, including those AGI research IP and the other kind of categories listed here, but would receive certain product IP. Subject to certain conditions. I can't get into the specifics on.
This provision will Microsoft get new rights in OpenAI's post-AGI intellectual property?
Under the current Argos 3 construct, Microsoft would receive, once there is a determination that there is AGI through this third-party panel, certain access to certain product IP.
You can set that aside, and I will show you what will be marked as Exhibit 38. Ms. Paquette, is this OpenAI's 2018 Form 990?
Yes, it appears to be.
Thank you. You can set that aside, and I am very well marked as Exhibit 39. Why don't we go ahead and mark Exhibit 40 at the same time? Starting with Exhibit 39, this is a document with beginning date stamp OpenAI Musk 0005462. Is this OpenAI Inc.'s 2019 Form 990?
Yes, it appears to be.
Turning to Exhibit 40. Is this document OpenAI Inc.'s 2020 Form 990?
Yes, it appears to be.
So with that, we're going to go ahead and rest for the day. Any questions before I let you go? Just so that you know, I expect that all of the evidence and arguments will get to you by early next week, and then you'll start deliberating. Okay? All right, then I'm not going to give you those instructions, which I know you now know. I'll wish you a good afternoon, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Case Rice for the jury.
All right, I have a 2:00 calendar. So I'm going to need everybody to pack up their materials. Two quick things. One, if there are things that you know you want to talk about, are there any?
Don't forget to like and subscribe for the next episode on While We Were Distracted.